Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It is Saturday night. And welcome, Last Dance and RW, Steve-O, Scum TV. What's going on, bro? And Dank Brandon and Eastwind Farm. What's going on? Cool. Dank Brandon says, how are you all enjoying World War III? Brought to you by Epstein's Island. Interesting. I don't really know what to say to that. But anyways, certainly plenty to talk about. There shouldn't be any lag. Anybody else getting it? No. Last Dance is nodding no. You guys in the chat having any issues? No lag on Eastwind's end. And are you ready, Last Dance? Might as well get you on here. Sure. Oh, wow. Look.
All right. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. Pretty good. Happy Saturday.
Same to you. Look at that. It's light out back there.
Yeah.
It's great.
Some light out.
Yes. Did you adjust pretty good to the time change?
Yeah, it took me a few days. I'm still struggling a little. But yeah, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's just kind of annoying. Doesn't really seem to accomplish much, but it's not the end of the world. So
do you like it better in the time we're currently in or in the other time?
I like this time better.
So
I would always choose. I would always choose.
Savings.
Yeah, I would always choose to have more a later sunset.
Right. So it's essentially what people. I think Ed Markey brought this up some years back to change it permanently to this time that we're in now.
Yeah, change it permanently to what is considered daylight savings time,
which is actually not the time. So you're literally changing the time.
Yeah.
I mean, like traditionally time was what it is in the winter, and this was done, I don't know, to get more time in the evening to gather crops. Is that?
Honestly, I have no idea.
I've heard it had something to do with crops.
It's a very plausible explanation.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree with you. There's nothing like a summer evening when it's 7 o'clock and birds are singing. You can have a drink and out on the deck, and it's just for the working man, it's the best time of year. You know, those nice summer evenings. So yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, I mean, lots of wild things going on with this Iran. Is it a war? Do we label it as such?
I don't have a problem labeling it as such, as long as we agree that the definitions and the distinctions between what's considered a war and what's considered some other kind of a military conflict, a non-war military conflict, those distinctions are kind of minimal and fuzzy at best.
Yeah, I mean, I think war is when it's a combatant, combat going on between two sides, sustained.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not like the Venezuela thing was not war, obviously.
It was close, but it was just too short to call it a war. But Venezuela had a lot of weapons, so and they still do. So I'm glad it didn't go longer.
They didn't put up much of a fight.
No, they didn't.
They were probably a little bit surprised, taken.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of it, is that they were overwhelmed quickly.
Shock and awe going on there. But yeah, crazy. Let's get this guy in here. Hey, how you doing?
Out onto a tray. Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
How's it going, RW?
I'm okay. I took a Sabbath break from technology today, so diving back in with you guys. It was nice to go out with the boys. I made this one water feature from a spring that goes down and then under the driveway and stuff, but it was all dried out. So we figured out, went back up to the spring and dug it out, and then we used sticks to scrape in the mud and get it all the way back down to where it belonged. And that was kind of fun to just be a boy again.
Did you
Sounds
see?
nice?
Did you get water bubbling down the little brook?
Yeah, we got the water all the way down to where it reservoirs, and then tomorrow we'll go back down to see how much it filled up. And we got to play with salamanders that are coming back out of the ground and stuff. So it was a good experience.
That's good. You're adding that riparian habitat. It's going to sustain everything from the little bugs to the salamanders, all the birds, and everything.
Yeah,
like
there was
a
a blue jay
wildlife
screaming at
haven.
us, but
What's that?
a blue jay was screaming at us. I don't know why he was upset.
He might have been given an alarm call for something else that you guys didn't see. They're kind of an alarmist. They're not like some of them. There's a bird in Africa I know that follows hunters around and basically warns all the animals.
Good for them.
that there's hunters there. Blue jays kind of do that, but I've noticed them sounding off when there's a coyote or a cat or a hawk or an owl, things like that, a predator.
We got
in
the
the
crows
area.
for that. When I lived in Maryland, crows were always a nuisance, but down here they'll eat some of the food of the other birds we feed, but they're such a net positive that we leave them alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not just for the little hawks, but the big red tail hawks that are almost like an eagle size. They'll go after them just the same. It's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
I'm expecting there to be like Riddle's here to get on into it as well. I'm expecting even Dank Riddle or some Canadians to come on tonight, because we've had enough time now to kind of put our feelers out and get our own personal perspectives on what's happening in this Middle East conflict. And I'm curious to hear people's minds on it, because there's a lot of theories and concepts out there, and I'm curious where everybody's at.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I honestly, for me, I feel like we're in it. We've got to go, we got to go hard, not hold back.
Yeah, I don't think America can walk away from this one unless they have control of the strait. I don't think that they can stop until they have secured their economic blood supply.
Mm-hmm. And I would say the attack of, how do you pronounce that island?
Karg, is how I would pronounce it.
Karg.
Yeah.
It's like a Klingon island, right?
Karg. Yeah.
The attack there leads me to think that, I don't know, is that where they're planning on staging these Marines?
I wouldn't think so. I think that was to cripple Iran's ability to fill their boats, because that island is strategic towards because of its depth. They could fill oil tankers there. They can't fill it at port. The port's too shallow. So they took away their ability they destroyed their economy ability.
Right. Yeah, interesting.
With us sending more ground troops there, I'm expecting it to take a week for them to get there and another week for intel. So 2 weeks out, I'm expecting a decent acceleration in U.S. Intervention on the ground over there.
I still don't even think we're going to engage in combat like conventional Marine combat. I don't think that's going to happen.
We differ on that.
Okay, yeah.
I would agree with Steve on that one.
How you doing, Riddle?
I'm good. How are you guys? It's been a moment.
It's all right.
Good.
Doing
Yeah,
well.
it's been busy. Hope you guys have been good. How is everything?
Pretty good. War and all. But
yeah, I've been trying to isolate from politics. I've been busy with other stuff, but it's good to, I don't know. It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for coming. But yeah, we've been good. It's been, your usual pub sessions here, so nothing really out of the ordinary. Try to get my laptop pad going here.
Okay. So I guess by the way, RW, good to see you again.
Thanks, man.
It's good to hear from you, and it sounds it's funny because you were talking about these projects with your sons, and it just sounds, I don't know why it's hitting different now, but it's just sounds nice, you know.
I have too much of a screen addiction, so I'm trying to use the Sabbath as a break from technology and forcing myself to just be present. It's challenging for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all got some kind of a screen addiction. There's all different types of screen addictions now, but yeah, it's there. But it's good, and it's good to hear.
Yeah,
like it's an inspiration because like people like me, like I was like, no, wanted to shy away from responsibility and having a family, but nowadays, you know, now I'm getting older, it's like, okay, maybe I need to change my mentality about everything, right?
sure.
Wanting a family and being able to achieve it is definitely a feeling.
Yeah, that's kind of and sometimes they go hand in hand. Like it's an easy excuse for me not want to have a family. It's like, okay, I can't achieve it because I can't. Money is crazy, especially in California nowadays, right? It's really not incentivized.
I can understand the financial argument, but for me, it's much more finding someone that you can create a child with and duke it out until
You're right.
It plays its course.
Yeah, I agree with on that too. Like there's multiple factors about it, and
your economy, though, I am curious to see how it goes over time because I'm expecting the California economy to fluctuate much harder and faster than North Carolina. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it does, and it already has. For example, gas prices, and they do like our local government, Newsom, does capitalize on this for sure. It's easy to implement a tax hike on gas when there's a war going on. It's just it's like a compounded problem. It's very annoying.
So is that a claim that the price increase is a preemptive strike on cost and not a supply and demand?
Yeah. Yes. That's exactly what it is. It's unfortunate, but from what I've seen, to me, it's true. I mean, if anybody else has an argument against that, that's fine. But from what I can see, that's what it seems like.
That's fair. I'm not paying close enough attention to that level of politics and information.
Yeah, it's annoying. Like, it's super annoying, and like California is it's a lot like New York in the sense where they will be aggressive of pushing certain policies if they can get away with it. Like, why waste a political, that's the saying, right? Why waste a good disaster or something like that?
There's a split between in my view, California and New York were together on their pushing liberal politics, but since Mamdani's got in, I'm definitely seeing a split in those two states because the things that I'm seeing Mamdani do, he's Islam, he's a Muslim, but like the LGBTQ stuff he's creating and the people he's putting in those positions and stuff is so mind blowing that I don't even understand what's happening.
Yeah, and it seemed like Mamdani was
Newsom
rationalizing.
Is just a rich guy. He's like the blue blood.
Yeah.
What do you guys pay on getting gas for now?
It rose. Oh, it depends on. Okay, hold on. Which,
I saw $3.19 today. I think that was the best I saw.
That sounds like the average because that would be amazing gas prices over here. But but with RW saying the rationalization with Mamdani, it was to answer his question first.
Yeah.
Was the whole Islamic ISIS bombing, or not bomb, but like they didn't bomb it, but like they were trying to, right? In him trying to rationalize that's a very different aspect from Newsom, whereas he was saying that Newsom is like a slick oil salesman that's been in California and he's kind of a spoiled brat, basically.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic with Newsom. Perception-wise, I've always seen him as like an elite, like a rich guy, you know, but yet he is supposed to appeal to the, you know, lower level of people when it comes to earnings. It's a kind of a strange dynamic, you know, but in the end, it comes down to he's just your classic fucking politician.
He is. Yeah. It's just, yeah, it's exactly that.
He'll do what it takes to keep himself in the job, you know, and that's pretty much it. 350 for aphid lip. Yeah. It's about where we are.
350 for you. Oh yeah. So gas prices here. It depends. Okay. So like in California, it's it varies a lot, but it is, I would say the average is about now $5. This is the average.
$5. Wow.
But it depends on which gas station you go, which local area you're at. It depends. And it could vary between 50 cents, which does add up. But yeah. So like, because I was in, okay, for example, I'm in one county, and when I go into an LA county, everything is 50 cents higher when it comes to gas, at least minimal. So it's ridiculous. It's silly, but it's just how it is. Yeah.
During the nor'easters, whenever that was, not a month ago, I was getting gas for the generator at $2.69, $2.70 basically. So we're up 50 to 60 cents a gallon right now here. And I burned, I don't know, 40 gallons of gas in 4 days in that thing. So it would make a difference of $20, I guess, for 40 gallons, which is not that much. I mean, I don't know, much is made about gas prices, but I feel like if a person fills up your average vehicle once a week, and it could end up being what, if it's 50 cents on a 15-gallon tank, you'd be looking at $7.50. So yeah, it's money. But it's not $7.50 increase, $7.50. If you have a 50-cent increase in your gas prices.
Oh, like the total. I got you. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, right. So you're paying $7.50 more per week per fill up.
Yeah.
$30 a month, you know, maybe. But of course, that changes when you're dealing with shipping, and you know, most of the goods in the stores are moved by truck, and of course they burn a fair bit more, obviously, and they drive quite a bit more. So at some point, it's going to transfer over to increase in prices everywhere, I assume. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on how long it's going to take for us to be able to get the Strait of Hormuz opened again?
Not long.
Don't forget, there's two ways. There's kind of the military definition of open, but that's not really that important. What is important is the commercial shipping definition of open.
That's what I'm referring to.
Right.
That really, you know, ships aren't going to take big risks. If they feel there's a decent chance, not a guarantee, but just a decent chance that their ships will be damaged, they're not going to transit the strait. Their insurers won't let them.
Right.
So
what is the military definition?
Now, I'm sure the U.S. government may try to offer their own insurance just to, you know, for economic and even, you know, political and morale reasons to get ships to transit. But I think that even a small amount of resistance and attacks in the Straits of Hormuz, even a diminished Iranian military, could still effectively close the Straits of Hormuz. So I would have a hard time guessing that there is going to be a time soon when the Straits of Hormuz will see significant oil tanker traffic.
Now there's another one, or I think there might actually be two more choke points to deal with coming out of there. I can't remember what they are right now, but there are other places that allies of Iran could also make it a complete shit show for ships to get through. So it's not as though it's like this one pass, we're through and home free, you know. No, it's a dicey route getting them out of there.
Which
And I
allies?
think- what's that?
Which allies?
The
I
Houthis.
think the Houthis. And
Iranian allies, like allies to
yes.
Iran. Okay.
yes, like proxy groups that they call
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, they're which is true. They have a good amount of them, including Hamas, the main one.
Hamas, Hezbollah, the
Yeah.
Houthis.
Yeah.
What's going on in Yemen? I mean, can they not control their own fucking population?
What's going
Well,
on?
I think it's a Houthi-controlled government because the Houthis took over.
Okay, so it's
Oh, so Yemen is becoming like essentially terrorist.
Mecca?
They're overrun by they're basically backed up by the terrorist government. Is that what's happening in Yemen?
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Hmm. Like
and that-
okay, so because I don't know much about Yemen, to be honest, so I'm just curious.
I'm going
that
to
was
say
a
at least
free
2
and
months.
fair election, I'm sure.
Sounds like it, right?
It's going to be at least 2 to 3 months for military control of that, with a risk that boats will take. Because there's still going to be crack shots taken from those mountains.
Of course.
All right. So what? Okay. So let's address the main concern, right? Obviously this is a war, and I'm all for it. By the way, boots in the ground, different story, right? But we don't even have to do that. Apparently, we can just win a war by striking them with overwhelming technology.
You're taking Trump's definition of we already won as accurate.
Oh no, that's not. I didn't even know he said that, but I'm thinking that we pretty much already did for the most part. Now, what's the at this point it becomes like, okay, what are we talking about? What's the definition of winning? No, there's never a real win, but it sounds like we're on the stronger side is what it sounds like. Clearly, they're losing if that's how it's going. Let's just say that.
Yeah, they are, but they're winning in one sense. They're winning because they're still viable.
They're still alive, and they always will be.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know if if it was some level of complacency that we went in there, and in the beginning he was saying like it's going to be over in like days or whatever, and then we already won.
It kind of is already over, though. To be honest,
but it isn't because of the long-term issues that we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, so we should specify that. Like, what does it mean for it to be over, or like we should specify that for sure. Because you're right. There's always long-term implications in all of these.
So
But
what is
this
that
is
for you,
definitely-
Riddle? If you consider it to be over or we're victorious, what is that definition?
Yeah. So okay. So their grandstanding on military basis, right? They clearly lost that one, but now they'll always be rooted forever within the population. Is what is going to happen. So that's why boots on the ground is a different story. That's why Trump's holding back, in my opinion, because the people don't want that.
No.
Yeah, obviously not. But like striking is a whole different ballgame, of course, because there's no human element to it.
Yeah, but you're not going to overthrow the government with airstrikes alone. That would be my
Right. You're right.
my claim.
You're right, and you're not wrong about that. But here's also the thing: is it's up to the people to do something about it. If you devastate the people that are, because this bureau here, the IRGC is they're the government.
Basically,
They are
yes, I agree.
they're very oppressive. They're very oppressive to their people. So if you destroy the arms that they have to, have any say politically, which they do, then it's really just what else do they have after that? What can you do? It's really up to the people.
We have to see if the people are going to rise up and push back themselves. That's very true.
It's very sad though at the same time because they do massacre them for even doing that. So
Right. They don't have the ability or means to rise up against their oppressors. They don't have.
yeah, but it does say a lot. I'm sorry, Steve. My bad.
They just guns are not easy to get in Iran for citizens. Some people might have them, but without some sort of a well-organized militia, they're not going to be able to do any quote unquote rising ups because there's no fucking ability to do so. They're just going to get massacred, you know? In the end, what would happen? Would they
It
just
remains
massacre?
unclear, really, guys. I'm sorry,
What's
Steve.
that?
It's the chat. Like they're
It
asking,
depends
why did
on-
we go to war with Iran?
It depends on if he's
He
asking
just
you
said
to
it
do
was
that or
their
us.
nuclear program, and also like, really, why did we have to go to a war? You know what? We didn't have to, but it was better that we did. Do you support the current regime?
I think it also is a matter of, is he asking for the official government reason or us personally? That's a very not exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve. I interrupted you. It's my bad.
Well,
Sorry.
let's ask this question. Do we think that this was inevitable, if not this president, the next one, or the next one, that this intervention was going to happen no matter what, assuming the course is not going to be corrected by Iran, because we know they're a bunch of fucking liars, that we know they're pursuing long-range missiles. We know they're enriching uranium. You don't have long-range ICBMs with 3,000 pounds of explosive on the front. You put fucking nuclear weapons on the front of them. That's why you make long-range missiles. So, assuming they never corrected it, this would happen eventually, no matter what. Do you guys agree with that?
Can I respond to that?
Sure. I
think
want everyone to.
if Iran's ideology is to create total war so that their Messiah can return, then it is inevitable. If they were actually creating nuclear level weaponry to do destruction and create total war, I believe it's inevitable. If that is not true, then I don't believe it's inevitable.
Right. Last dance.
It was inevitable that it was basically Iran knows how to. They already know how to produce bomb grade enriched uranium and enough of it to build
Big boys.
several bombs. They certainly have not yet developed a specific ICBM to hit the U.S. Although they already are refining the technology to be able to hit much of Europe with ICBMs, and they also have a space program, which is essentially you could use a space program as cover for long range ICBM development. So I think the problem is that unless you overthrow the government, everything they didn't forget how they did it. They're just going to rebuild as soon as you let the pressure off, which sort of makes the whole exercise a waste.
Yeah, Iran, they do have actual, like, they're not bad at engineering. Like, for example, they have specific centrifuges that nobody else made, and also the design of certain drones that we took and recopied and made it better. However, they originally designed it. So Iran is not like, they're not stupid.
Which drone?
It was the suicide drone that killed, I believe, 6 Americans.
The
same drone.
Shahed?
I'm not sure which model it was, but it is their design. And we took it.
Was built and designed in the U.S., but there's many others that
I'm not sure which one. Yeah, but they had like they do have good they have some good stuff, let's just say, but they're not to be trifled with. But they are under an oppressive leadership that does hold them back from their actual potential. I think Iran could be actually a good partner to deal with in the long term, but like under radical Islam, it just doesn't work for anybody. It's a very simple thing, I think. Like, so to say Netanyahu it's like, okay, whispering in Donald Trump's ear like he's just a puppet is kind of silly. Like, RW is right that there is interest in the U.S. to do this as well. It's not just Israel, Like, let's be fair here. So,
what is the end
TikTok?
Nuclear.
New player. All right, let's
Yeah.
go. All right.
Whatever. He's
trying to trigger me,
anybody's-
but I'll just.
This guy. Oh, I forgot. Well, why don't you hop
Yeah.
in and just talk like a normal person as
he won't.
opposed to just trying to troll? He won't, of course, because he can't.
His
Oh,
MO
yeah.
is basically to tell me what I think and then tell me I'm uninformed and that his opinion is right. So it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, no, he's a troll. It's just
It's
you
all
know
good.
what you do with trolls?
Invite him back and make fun of him.
quick fast fact. I believe the best uranium mine in the world is in Canada, and it produces some extremely good quality shit, man.
Sounds like they need some democracy.
And when you pull uranium out of the ground, it's the amount of it that's the really strong shit is so small compared to the overall actual uranium. I did a little research on this recently, and the refining to get it to 60% is like incredible. It takes so much effort, but even from there, they have to get it to whatever 90 something percent.
But most of the effort to enrich uranium to bomb grade strength is done to enrich it to 60%. I think that's about 75% of the effort it takes to get to bomb grade. Once you have 60%, you've enriched it to 60%. You have already done about 75% of the work.
Right, sure.
And they had enough mass of 60% to create 7 or more big boys. Is that
right?
AEA? Yes.
They had confirmed over 450 kilograms.
This is what they still have, right? This is
well, they still have it, but allegedly Trump's the June 2025 attacks, if you believe the U.S. government, rendered that uranium inaccessible by caving in the entrances and so forth to where it was stored.
So it probably still exists, but it's under thousands of tons of earth.
Yes,
I think the concern I think that's being stated from Last Dance, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's not that they had that material that we destroyed; it's that they have the ability to recreate it.
That's my long-term concern.
I'm not sure that you can remove that ability. It's not like they just store it on their own cloud.
Right. Think about it this way: it's a huge engineering problem because there's nobody's going to tell you how to enrich uranium. It's a big secret in the world. You can't go online. You can't ask ChatGPT. You have to do it yourself. And mostly, if you think of it as an engineering problem, you do all these experiments. Some of them don't work. Some of them do. Now you know how to you sort of proceed in each step, and you learn by trial and error and through theory what steps work, what steps don't. And even if somebody destroys it all, as long as you wrote down what you learned, you can now start again, but you'll never make any wrong turns. It's just you'll just know exactly what you need to do to produce the enrichment. Now that's to enrich uranium. It still it's still a lot of money to get all to make or buy or develop 10,000 gas centrifuges of the quality that they had. But they know how to do it. And so is that government still in place? As soon as the war stops, as soon as they could start exporting oil again, as soon as they could start making revenue, they'll simply restart it. Except they'll get back to where they were much, much faster than it took them the first time.
I would agree. This is a long-term strategy, and quote unquote long-term. Who knows how really much that could be within the next few months, for all we know. But I do agree with that sentiment.
I agree too, especially now since we've gone in there and beat their asses. Now they're really going to want nuclear weapons. So,
and I hate to say it, but the Iranians are smarter than most of the people we've gone to war against in the you know,
Yes,
in the past.
yes and no. Yes and no. There's that's a mixed
Well,
bag.
you could
I
say
think
yes
that
and no.
too.
I'll say yes. And I think they will, not only will they rebuild, they will also take lessons learned from how easily and quickly they were overwhelmed by air power, and they will make adjustments so that it won't be so easy next time.
I
Of
really
course,
think it comes down to religious radicalism. It's really just simple as that. It's been there for 47 years.
yeah, I think that's more than that. That's fair. You could call it religious radicalism. There's sort of two governments in Iran. The real government is a dictatorship, a clerical
Yes,
dictatorship, and
under the
then
guise
there's a
Islam.
sort of Potemkin village government where the religious dictatorship
Yeah.
decides which candidates are allowed to run for the civilian government, and then there's a sham
Yeah,
sham
you're right.
election where only candidates that are hand selected by the religious dictatorships compete against each other, and not surprisingly, one of them wins.
It
And
sounds like their standards have dropped recently.
Yeah, I mean, like Last Dance is right though. Like he is basically. So they do have a president, but
Yeah.
he's got real no power. It's like the prime minister as opposed to the queen, right? There's no real power there. But there's who has the power is the Ayatollah, which is a
Of course.
religious
I would-
radical figure.
Oh, he
I would say
he did.
I would take it up
Kill
to
it.
James
Well,
Moore, the
you
Shia.
know,
Yeah.
used to.
The
Well,
Shia-
Goodbye.
Comically,
Rest in peace.
I remember Hamid Karzai. He was the president not long ago. I don't honestly even know the fucking guy's name that's in there now, which just shows you how little I only knew him from. He was a bit more of a public figure. And regarding the president, why I guess why haven't we blown him up?
The
I
new
think
one?
we already did.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he
wasn't
might be.
he
No,
like
not that-
supposedly disfigured or something like that? Not disfigured, but like facial. But I think from what I'm hearing, I really don't know. You're talking about the new like Ayatollah, right? "Quote unquote" Ayatollah.
No,
the
no,
son
no,
of
not
Newt
no.
Gunn.
There's a president.
Oh.
the nominal president.
There's
I don't
a
even know who the
spiritual-
president is. Rouhani? Is that the?
I don't know. Like I
It's
said,
the son of the
Ah.
last Khomeini, but it's believed
No,
that
no. We're talking
That's the-
president.
That's the supreme leader you're talking about, RW.
They have a president and they have a religious head leader, and the president doesn't
Yeah.
really do much.
Yeah, he doesn't have any real power. He's just there as a figurehead to the UN.
He's the suit guy, and the other guys, got all the kind of weird.
Yeah,
clothes on.
he's got the real power. Yeah, it's like I said, like he's the president of Iran is just the figurehead to UN. He's just like a public figure. He got no real power.
comical.
It is comical. That's why I don't trust the UN these days. It's all fake.
You guys all agree that the narrative of what the United States went to war with Iran with is acceptable?
Absolutely, for sure.
Okay.
Yes, for me.
Well, that leads me, RW, to my question of if this was something that is viewed as inevitable, then that makes it acceptable. Frankly, why wait until the threat is actually a real threat? Why not act preemptively and just neutralize it, which is what I'm thinking we are doing here.
That's what it seems like.
Right. We have a nation that we consider to be a risk against us, a threat against us. So when they are at a moment of weakness, we go in and pepper the shit out of them.
Yes, for decades this has been a thing. It's annoying. What are they going to shake us down for money and just like politically negotiate like North Korea does all the time? It's ridiculous. Like we've been paying them for decades. It's absolutely stupid.
I did
What we've
confuse
been doing.
people when we didn't drop pallets of cash on them, but it's a new strategy. We'll see.
No,
how it goes.
I get what you're saying. I understand. But let's say we didn't even do that. But like nowadays we have the technology to just change that. We learned that from the Ukrainian war, that we could just neutralize them without boots on the ground.
What's interesting to me is, so towards Scum's point, like, yes, killing people is definitely bad.
It's
I
killing
agree with
people.
that.
Did we forget this?
I'm-
No,
I'm
Scum. Why don't you
stepping
come on and talk about it?
I'm stepping back from
He
my individual
made his
moral
point.
and from a world power ethic. What's interesting to me is we're bombing the shit out of them, but their death count is low. If those numbers are bullshit, that's fine. But we've done 15,000 strikes and killed 65 people in Beirut. They're not all in Beirut, but all the strikes that we're doing, we're like saying, get out of there.
You mean Tehran, right?
Beirut is where we've done lots and lots of bombing. So
That's in Lebanon.
Yeah,
Beirut.
That's correct.
Well, that's a different country.
I'm not saying it by mistake. In Beirut, we've done lots of
Oh,
bombing.
okay.
I don't think so. I think Israel is the only one that has bombed.
Hold on. Well, let him specify.
There's a lot of airstrikes that have happened in Beirut. So
sure,
from wherever they came, they've only killed 65 people.
Okay.
So that means that they're not trying to do mass casualties. That means that they're saying, get the hell out. We're going to drop these buildings. And so they're not trying to kill a bunch of people, which is that humane? I think that's more humane than just blowing everybody up.
Hello, Gerald. Good to see you. Greetings from across the pond. You have a good point, RW. That's fine.
I don't know that I could support a war if it's not going to get, I think for war to be moral, it's not enough that there's a good justification. It also has to result in effective change. It has to be such that you don't need to repeat the war again and again. And so I don't see how this is going to succeed to accomplish the goal of making
I think
keeping Iran from nuclear weapons
Sorry.
Without changing their regime.
Exactly. That's why we can't do some shit where we cripple their spending ability or do something that is going to make this less effective. We are there. Regardless of whether you hate Trump or like Trump, you have to be able to separate that little nugget and be able to, we got to just get this done is what it comes down to. It has to.
When you guys are saying regime change, you're saying take it out of Shia control and put it into some other ideological control. Like, what does regime change mean? Because if Shia is still owning the region, that's the same inevitability.
It's not the religion that's the issue. It is the fact that this clerical regime is based is basically an apocalyptic cult,
Right.
whose vision is not peaceful. Its vision is aggressive.
It's oppressive.
And warmongering.
It is.
So,
and they know. To your point, Dance. I'm sorry, but to your point, it is aggressive. It is oppression, and they are utilizing this in negotiation tactics to keep that regime going forever.
And it's expansionist.
Yeah.
They see that as a religious duty.
Neutralize the threat. It's just simple. It's not that hard. I mean, it is complicated, obviously, but like
it depends on how deep the ideology goes. If it is Shia, if that is the general understanding and goal of Shia is acceleration, then you got to completely remove all of that and replace it. If it's just an extreme sect within it, then I think you have more of a chance of success. But I don't
believe it is an extreme sect. I mean, we've actually had more casualties, I think, from Sunni extremism, but the Sunni governments in the Mideast are nothing at all like Iran. They, the Kingdom of Saud, Oman, Bahrain, and so on. Those are all Islamic states in one form or another, but they're nothing like Iran.
Yeah. You're right. Like they have the Middle East also has a radical Islam problem. They've even said this multiple times through public interviews. Like they agree with the United States that this is the whole deportation rate. Like, but this is anyways, I'll just simplify it. Middle East also does not agree with the IRGC. Let's just say that. They're a problem. Iran is a problem. It's not hard. But Iran is the bad guy. Yes, they are.
The problem, but
they are the bad guy.
I doubt we're solving it. That's my objection.
Oh, the way of solving it, sure. Yeah, and by the way, the way of solving it so far, I think, is going great.
That's true, but look how we solved World War II. We occupied the capitals
Sure.
of Japan and
And divided.
Germany,
But
and we hung all their leaders of those that didn't kill themselves. That's one thing. And there's been no, Nazism hasn't come back. They're not,
well, hold on.
the Japanese militarization hasn't come back. We defeated the ideologies that produced
I don't think so.
Japanese militarism and Nazi.
The ideology? No.
Yes.
We've never defeated the ideologies. It's still
We're not doing that here in Iran. This is like the war on drugs. We'll make, we'll hit them for a while. They will survive. Then we'll stop because we'll get bored or tired, or, we just don't want to keep doing it because it's expensive. And as soon as we stop, they'll just rebuild everything, and we'll face the same problem 5 years down the road.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I get your point, but I think it's an unfair comparison to compare something that was nearly a century ago. Now, the ideologies never change, right? It shifts, but it's the same. And I would say that it really didn't change at all. The ideologies, they're still there.
Well,
Nazism, sure.
Let me bring up one tale of caution.
Okay.
We overthrew the Taliban in 2001. About a month after 9/11, they were basically donezy.
It was easy. Yeah.
Then we stuck around for 20 years trying to replace the Taliban with a viable
You're right.
government.
Exactly.
And
You're right.
Eventually, and both the Trump administration and the Biden administration knew that was a failure, and it was never going to work. And the moment Biden finally pulled the trigger and said we're out of here, suddenly the Taliban is back in control. So unless you defeat the ideology in some sense, you don't defeat the enemy.
So what is regime change? What is a successful regime change? What does that mean?
It means that a government takes over that can survive on its own and doesn't need the U.S. military to prop it up.
Do you think that Iran will step up and perform that action?
No.
I don't either. I think without ridiculous military resource from the United States holding the point, if it's even possible, I don't think it's possible.
So this is where I wish
say the U.S. military is strong and powerful. I'm not saying.
I wish Banksy style was here. He would be much better judge of what Iran is capable of.
I think I got the name wrong of the last president I knew in Iran. It was Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, I believe, was the one that.
Oh, that was a while ago.
I think yummy fish.
Hold on. Scum said your leaders are evil. You should not back them. By the way, Scum, can I ask you, why do you always talk in caps? I've asked you this before. Why do you
always
do this?
has?
Yeah,
always.
But is it like a promotion thing or something? Like, why do you do that?
What do you care?
It's curiosity. Is that a problem? Can I not be curious about things?
You could be curious.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's not a big deal. It doesn't change anything, but I'm just curious. I've noticed it. Why? That's all I'm asking. Not a big deal. Okay. All right. So let's see. Who's I think that what's his name? Just say something to me. What's his name? Dink?
Yep.
He said something about GTA and beating somebody.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that out loud.
It only came on this, but it's like popping up on the YouTube, so I can't like reread it.
It's because it's being shadow banned.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Are you in top chat or live chat? If you're on YouTube, you have to click on that live chat.
So I have two screens.
Sometimes when you're on both, it'll automatically.
All right.
The default setting on YouTube chat is called top chat.
He said, okay, so Dank Brandon says, and okay, it's too late now. Like it just scrolled up.
It wasn't. It didn't have value. It was a.
Yeah, it was obviously a troll comment.
It didn't.
Well, I'll tell you what he says cleaned up. GTA also sells well. Should I go make love to a prostitute and then beat her to death for half my money back, Riddle?
Oh.
Now, please
Really?
Please relate that to anything else we were talking about.
It doesn't make any sense to me at all. How about this, Dink? How about this, Dank? Can you make it make sense?
I'm sure it made sense in his mind.
In his mind, sure. But make it make sense to the average person.
I think it may be suggesting that something that works in theory or in a video game doesn't mean it's going to work. It's a good
maybe he's
a template for real life.
A thespian? Really? What's a thespian?
It's an actor.
I commend you for bringing that into the realm of logic.
I dragged it.
Wait, hold on. Wait, commend who?
I commend Last Dance. I don't think it's fair that he did that, but I commend him for his ability.
Yeah, thank God for Dance, because here we are. All right, no,
weird scum, because it takes more energy to write.
All caps on paper too. Is that odd? Look, I know you're trolling, but yeah, it is odd. I'll just say that. Sorry.
It's a euphemism, Dank.
I believe him.
All right, and all caps on paper too. Is that odd? Well, that means that like fuck, it is odd. It's just odd. Why would you write in all caps on? I know you're serious. I believe you.
He thinks in all caps. That's why he writes in all caps.
he's got to say it. He's got to. People have to know.
We'll start calling him Samuel Jackson.
I can only imagine if you work a job and you have emails. Geez, what would you say in all caps?
I mean, I don't know if you can still get your point across. I'm not sure unless you're like the official letterhead guy that's supposed to write to inter corporation. I don't know. That is not his job. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all good. To be honest, I'm just messing with you, scum. It's all good. I am just curious though, why it's always caps. Like never once have I seen you not use caps, and you're usually pretty chill. Like you're chill. So I'm just curious why in the chat you're always capsing. Which is
not
fine.
laws. I want to answer your question. I don't know about Jordan Peterson, but the Chinese dude that's Canadian born, he used game theory to predict the current situation and conflict in Iran months and months and months ago. So people looked that up, and now they're looking at what he has to say about his current game theory. And his current game theory about the port of the Strait of Hormuz is extremely reasonable. So it's interesting to listen to his game theory. Is he accurate on everything? No. But is it a lot more valuable than a lot of the slop on the internet? Absolutely. I'm sure you'll have something interesting to say in response, but that is why I believe
I shit in capitals as the paper is for. Okay. Yeah, that's about the response I expected.
That's Mr. E. That's not.
Yeah, the Jang had some interesting ideas, but it seemed like he goes off the rails into some pretty bizarre conspiracy stuff in the same, videos that he speaks about.
Right. And when he talked about religion, he didn't read the religious books, so you can definitely tell that he's not accurate in those things. But when it comes to the political game theory of our conflicts, even if he believes in ferrymen and whatever, I don't care, because the logic and reasoning of the political conflict between us and Iran over that Hormuz Strait is very on point in my mind. It makes sense to me, way more than what other governments are saying and why they're doing stuff. It makes more sense that the United States has to win the conflict over there and control that port because our economy is so dependent on it. That makes sense to me. Killing a bunch of people and trying to replace how they think, I don't even think it's a realistic possibility.
Yeah, you're probably right. All you're going to do is create an Afghanistan 2.0. You're not going to change them because it's their religion, so kind of goes hand in hand with their government, unfortunately. But yeah, it seems like what does Israel call it? They call it like mowing the lawn or cutting the grass.
Yes, mowing the lawn is what it's called.
is this just a large scale like landscaping project? You know,
Basically,
Well,
best case scenario.
That's what I worry about.
That's basically
Right.
the best case scenario.
It didn't help Israel much. Decades of mowing the lawn got them
whoa.
October 7th.
What I missed
Right.
here. Sorry about that. There is no chance of you Americans winning this. What do you mean winning this? What do you mean?
In the words he's
Oh.
using,
The
hubris. I'm
hubris.
serious. Did you watch that Chinese dude's game theory? Because you're using the same catchphrases that he's using for his reason.
I would caution against paying much attention to
Killing peeps.
not laws too.
I'm very curious. It seems like he did watch it and he does agree with it, and he's just upset.
I have a question for you guys.
Hubris. Go ahead.
Yeah, it does pertain to this, right? Now let's encompass everybody. So there's no chance of you Americans winning, right? The hubris. Now, are you American? Or does it even matter? Like, what are you defending? Are you saying that what we're doing is wrong?
He's liberal Canadian. He's like a clone of Incarnation.
Iran is larger than Iraq and Afghanistan combined in area and many amounts. Okay, that's okay. Well, anyways, so I guess the point is would you rather have the Iranian regime hold power for now, forever?
Well.
What's up, Carney? What's up? Welcome back. Good to see you, brother.
I want to see if he thinks I'm wrong with my assumption or my description of not laws. Go ahead.
Yeah, but in any case, yeah, I'm just curious because, like, okay, so addressing the side questions here, what is like your like what is the take? Because so far, I believe that this is a good thing. Destroying an oppressive regime, yeah, it's called war. It's unfortunate for a lot of people, but it's better in the long term. Prove me wrong.
I don't think it's going to last. I think that's anything we do there.
Hey guys.
Right. Yeah, because the next president will be a Democrat.
All right, Incarnation. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, not too bad. How are you guys?
So
Pretty
Carney,
good.
Thank you.
Healthy-ish.
But what I'm saying, Riddle, is we don't want it to extend to our next president. Are you saying we have to do some sort of policing thing where we have to keep it going?
No, it's not what I'm saying, and that's absolutely what is not what I want. No, that's what nobody wants. Everybody wants it to be done and quick, but let's be real here. Nobody else can do it. The problem with us as the states is that we have a 4-year cycle. That's it. So every country holds out because they don't have the same constitution, the same political system that we do. It's just it's an unfortunate fact. So a company like countries they handle things differently.
Do you think if the Trump administration declared war on Iran legally through the means of commerce, through the means of the House and the Senate, through Congress, do you think that what you're saying right now wouldn't be truthful? I largely agree with you, but only because the Trump administration has done things illegally. If they'd done things legally and Congress had, authorized this war, then the next president would be equally engaged in this.
Illegal in what sense? Like according to which law?
Well, the current administration are skirting some well-established precedents that, presidents can engage their military in exercises, but not necessarily engage in war.
Shows your
okay, so I'll ask again. What, is it illegal, like you just said, according to what law?
I mean, I can answer that.
Okay, all right.
Article 1 of the Constitution states that Congress shall have the power to declare war.
Okay. So did he declare war?
No. Now the question is, what exactly does that mean? And
right, exactly.
I think an analysis there. Certainly the founding fathers.
Do you guys
discussion?
Okay.
Amongst this.
Now let me ask you guys. Yeah. Let me ask you guys. Do you believe that the justice system is efficient and is always just?
I don't think that's relevant.
It's absolutely relevant. What are you talking about?
I don't care whether it's inefficient.
Yeah, because he just because what the point is that he unofficially declared war, right? And he didn't pass it to Congress. That was Carney's point.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just retorting to your point. You're like, well, the next president is going to finish this war. Well, I'm just trying to say if Congress declared
not
war,
what I said.
well, yeah, basically, you're like, well, every 4 years, everybody's just waiting out for the next president, and I largely agree with you.
Yeah,
I largely agree with you because the way the Republicans do things is not through legislation; it's through executive orders. And if it's not done through legislation, that means it's not technically legal.
Okay.
Quote
So
unquote, so therefore, yes, you're right. The Democrats, the next administration, will just come in and wipe the executive orders because it was never passed and put into legislation.
yeah, I disagree with you with it when it comes to the executive order. You specifically said that only Republicans use executive orders. That is not true.
That's not what I said.
That is what
I said
you
the current
just
administration,
said
the current administration, rather than passing legislation, does executive orders. So if they wanted any of their executive orders to hold weight for a long term, they would have to pass it through legislation, and they don't do that. So the same point goes for your war. If they wanted the war to last, they have to pass it through legislation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
That's simple.
That's fine. So I'll say this again. Like that's not what you said. So let's be specific about what you said. You specifically said that Republicans only pass executive orders. You just
Right now they
said
do.
that.
Yeah,
Right now they do. So, anyways, both parties do it. Let's be real here. Now, if you look at it, if you look at it, it's been incrementally increasing the amount of executive orders, right?
No,
It just
no, it
has.
hasn't.
Yes, it has.
Only two
Yes, it has. Look at it.
administrations. C'est quite fair. Only two administrations have been engaged in the act of increasing executive orders, and that's the two Trump administrations.
All right. Then you and I are fundamentally going to disagree, so we should move on to the next topic.
Well, sorry, facts hurt your feelings, my friend.
Okay. Anyways,
so what is the issue here? What is the?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the issue was
arguing for a point.
Well, I don't know. So the point. Well, anyways, my point is that as Dance had mentioned, that Trump was passing this without congressional approval, right? He's making quote unquote acts of war without a declaration, which is paperwork. It's congressional. It's bureaucracy, right? That's what it is.
No, it's much more than that.
No, I'm not. No offense, Carney. I'm talking to Dance, not you. So. I know, Carney. I know how you are. I respect you, but at the same time, I know what.
Well, you don't respect me, and you don't respect your branches of government either, right? So it's pretty obvious you don't respect me, but you also, more importantly, don't respect your branches of government. Quite frankly, I don't even think you know your own branches of government, which is insulting to you as an American.
Can I ask?
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, when was the last time that they really got approval for war? What was it? Probably World War II.
Afghanistan.
That's what I'm saying.
Afghanistan, Iraq.
That's my point.
Afghanistan, Iraq. Congress approved war in Afghanistan and Iraq.
So can I ask a question here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to Incarnation, I'm fine with the Senate, the Congress approving war. I have no problem with that, as long as it's in the dark and no one knows that it's coming. No pronouncing war openly and then going and doing something. Does that make sense? Alrighty.
Well, anyways, apparently he
I'll say that again, RW.
Sorry, yeah. Could you repeat that? RW? I didn't fully catch that.
I have nothing wrong with the Constitution, how laws are set up. I'm happy with the Senate, with Congress approving war, as long as they can do it quietly and not say anything out in the open. That military.
They can't. The government, whoever government it is, whatever country it is, they leak like fuck. And if you seriously think you can talk about war and arrange war without your politicians leaking, you're mad.
Well, so Congress makes up your senators, right? It makes up your like local representatives. So like I disagree with you that like it should be vocal. Congress should be public. Everything that happens in Congress is public because those people are representing their constituents. They're representing the broader American populace. That's why we have Congress, right? Or that's why you have Congress. So no, I would largely disagree. Like Congress is there so that the people have a vocal voice within the Senate and that the local constituents have representation in democracy.
Then your
Yeah.
military
So no, it
base
should-
is gonna shit
And
the
you
bed.
had just mentioned before that the Republicans specifically, because you just said this, Carney, that Republicans are using executive orders beyond measure that nobody's ever
Yeah.
seen the like. So beyond the measure of anybody else before.
Yeah.
Is basically what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I mean,
That's what he's supposed to use them for, huh?
The last time there was a formal declaration of war was World War II by Congress and the president.
I thought that.
Yeah, well,
I thought
no.
this Afghanistan thing wasn't the
And
case.
I think that was very clear. But it's funny because we compare everything
No.
nowadays to World War II. This is not the same time. It's not the same time period.
Well, I don't think you declared war with Vietnam, but you lost 68,000 men. So I mean, when it comes to declaring war,
68,000 what? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
did you lose 68,000
By
men
the
in
way, good to
Vietnam?
see you, base.
There was-
How you doing, mate?
How are you?
There was congressional authorization for the Vietnam War, more or less.
Was there? More or
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
There we go.
See,
And-
there's
and
different
that
levels
was
here.
and that was a disaster. It's a fucking
See, there's
disaster.
different levels. I said formal declaration of war,
Right.
but there's been various things that have happened since then. So
listen, Thomas Jefferson very famously skirted those exact amendments, right? Like a long ass time ago. So it's very well established that the government can engage in operations that would be considered warlike activities, even though they're not officially engaged in war. Like this is obviously well established, but I don't know the amount of resources the Americans are spending in Iran right now. Like, how is this not a war?
No, it's nobody's disagreeing that this is not a war. This is obviously a war.
Right, but one that Congress hasn't approved. Like
So,
there hasn't even been a funding vote yet for this war. Like nobody in Congress has even voted to open money so that you can spend this. Like this has been completely.
Okay.
Hmm?
I understand your appreciation for bureaucracy. I get that.
No,
I
it's
think
more than
Dan's-
that.
It is more than that. I understand. I think, like I said, I was gonna say is that Dance. I think you could actually appreciate that as well. It is more than that. However, certain things need to be dealt with, and let's be real here. It's a criminal world. You cannot deal with these fucking people. For example, cartels or Islamic radical, whatever the fuck they are, with legal bureaucracy because it doesn't work. They
Are
hide
you
behind.
serious?
They get it. Yes, I'm absolutely serious. Are you serious?
You don't think Congress can authorize military force against cartels?
Do you trust? Of course they can. That's not my point. What I'm saying is that it has to pass
Will
through
they keep it
Congress,
secret?
and that takes time, and that takes money. And guess what? You think people don't have political interests in Congress?
Exactly.
Well, let's take the War Powers, what's it called? Resolution Act. I think that was from the 70s.
1973.
So with that was supposed to reaffirm Congress's power of military engagement, I guess, and specifically troop deployment. Now, Trump is completely going around that act. Now, if it's in fact correct that we are deploying Marines, like he's definitely ignoring certain things that have been set up. It's a 48-hour thing. I think he's supposed to notify Congress within 48 hours. So let's say they're going to do it in 36 hours from the notification. Now you have 100 people who know, and every one of them is supposed to remain silent about it. Is this a completely secret meeting that we would never know about?
They would have to, for military strike ability to be successful, they would have to do it quietly. They would have to represent the people without telling the people. They're already representing.
But how
I
can
mean,
they judge on How can they judge on something they don't know?
What do you mean by that?
Well,
if
if it goes through Congress, I presume there's going to be some sort of vote, or so without telling them any details of this.
That's what he's saying. You would present the case and they would vote on it, but it would have to be
Right.
in the dark. It would have to.
Exactly.
I mean, if Fetterman walks out and he's got a real spring in his step, you don't think people are going to be like, "Yep, war. Look at Fetterman, he's the happiest motherfucker." That guy seems to be overjoyed with everything right now.
I think it would be Graham that's walking with a heart on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you noticed though, Fetterman? Like they asked him, was it good that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, however you say it,
Khamenei.
was
you mean
was
the dead
killed?
guy?
And Fetterman was like,
Kills
like a dog.
Hell yes,
Kills
yes,
like
it
a
was.
dog.
Yeah, I think asking is it good that Khomeini is dead? I think anybody who answers no to that would be wrong. But it doesn't mean that the way he was killed was right either.
What would be the
I
right?
disagree. I just disagree. You know what? Fuck him.
Well, they killed him.
Okay, well,
That's
so
what he
so
got.
so Riddle, I have a question for you. The next time Israel asks the United States to blow up some Middle Eastern country because there's some benefit to them, are you just going to be okay with it? Because that's really what happened.
Oh, really? You
I
think that's
disagree.
Yes,
Would have been?
you think
yes,
that's
because
exactly what happened?
yeah, because 8 months ago the United States crippled the nuclear capabilities of Iran. So why did they need to go back?
You think that U.S. does not make any decisions of its own in its own interests? You think that it's just solely Israel?
What interest does the United States have in completely destroying their petrodollar right now?
Are you
What-
kidding me?
Why-
Because they
Yeah.
control the Strait of Hormuz under radical Islam.
They're not. They don't control the Strait of Hormuz right now. Iran's controlling the Strait of Hormuz, and they're completely destroying the American petrodollar right now.
That's right.
Oh,
Right, but that's only as a consequence of the United States engaging in war against them. If 2 weeks ago the Strait of Hormuz wasn't a problem and gas prices were low, so something happened in the last 2 weeks, and Israel and
Well,
Israel and the U.S. engaging in war
Hey,
against Iran. So what benefit does the United States gain right now? They're gaining nothing.
Can you answer
Hey,
that
you
question?
are Canadian for a reason. I'll just
Can I
say
answer
that.
that question? By attacking Iran, they attack that point, they control that point, and they're putting a major hurt on us. Our economy is going down with it. But if we actually have the ability to absolutely control that point, so we don't have to worry about it anymore, in the end, that will be the goods justify the.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think? Let me ask you this. Okay. Do you think it's okay for China to control the Panama Canal?
No, not
No,
in
they
our.
don't.
So then why should the U.S. So let me ask. No, wait, stop! Don't interrupt me. Why do you think it's okay for the U.S. to get involved in controlling a similar economic passageway that it clearly doesn't belong to the United States? It belongs to Iran and it belongs to Oman. So why does the United States need to have control of that?
So
Yeah,
that we gain.
it's a
So that we
simple. Are you?
benefit.
Hold on. Are you asking RW or
I'm
me?
just exposing the hypocrisy in you guys, right?
No.
We're
What the fuck?
talking- I'm
Let me
listening to
respond.
Adrian.
Let me respond. Like, hold on. Exposing the hypocrisy. You're talking at us and not
Yeah.
fucking listening to us.
Well, look
not-
how hypocrite
you're
you
not
are.
listening.
You're going to sit here and say, "Oh no, China shouldn't be
Hey,
involved in like the
what did I-
Panama
what did I
Canal."
say?
But then
What did I
also,
say?
unironically, say that the United States should control the Strait of Hormuz. Like, come on, like the hypocrisy is unbounded
Okay,
here.
can
not
we
hypocrisy, we
respond
control
to your
both.
question? Can we respond to your question? If you want to talk to RW, that's fine. If you want to talk to me, that's fine. But let's specify who you're talking to. Otherwise, this is just a shit show.
We're all
Well,
talking.
anybody who thinks that the Americans should control unilaterally the
Yeah,
Strait of Hormuz
absolutely.
is a
Yes.
hypocrite.
Absolutely, you should. You know why? Because it's in our bench's interest, as according to you. Everybody.
No, not
benefits-
really.
Yes, it does. It benefits the world if the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, as
What
opposed to
what benefits has the
because
United
the
States gained out of this?
So if you let me explain, I will explain. Is that okay?
Well, explain
Okay, so
directly
the-
what benefits
so-
they are.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a long-term thing, right? Let's be real here.
Really?
If you have a country, just give me a moment, right? If you have a long-term country, like this is the IRGC has been controlling the Iranian state forever, right? Which means they control.
Yes, they're a sovereign. They're a sovereign. They're a sovereign nation. They're a sovereign nation. They're allowed to do
Sovereign.
things in their own capabilities. Like, what's your issue with that?
Okay, and so are we. Is Canada a sovereign nation as well?
Yeah, of course.
Like shut up with the buzzwords. No offense. Like stop it. Like stop with the sovereign shit. Like let's be real here.
Well, I think it matters, right? I think it matters if the United States is going into sovereign nations, telling them how to run their own countries. There's a problem with that.
Too
Well,
bad.
let me ask you
Too
this,
bad. They're
Incarnation.
an oppressive regime, and they should not be able to
So the
control.
United States, so the United States now gets to unilaterally decide which country is good, which country is bad. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
bullshit.
Yep, I'm
That's
sorry.
bullshit.
That's life. That's
Let
life.
me-
brother. That's how it goes. That's how it
Yeah,
goes.
so might makes
Sorry,
might
deal
that
with
that might makes right. Exactly. That's
Yes,
your position.
exactly.
Might makes right. Yeah, exactly.
No,
That's
no,
why you're a
it's-
low IQ, dumb shit Republican, and I will fucking call you out on it because that's the only people who speak like this are literally Republicans.
All right,
Okay.
Incarnation,
Shut
let me
up.
ask you this. Do you think that there was an imminent threat from Iran, maybe not
No.
imminent in the short run, but in the long run to Europe or the United States?
According to Donald Trump, the long-term threat of Iran was killed 8 months ago when they went in and bunker busted all of their nuclear sites.
That is
But
not
what are
was
your
said.
thoughts? What are your thoughts on that?
Thoughts on what? As far as I know, 8 months ago, according to the current U.S. administration, the nuclear program was shut down. So the long-term threat to the United States, to me, has been taken care of. So
No.
I fail to see what short-term threats the United States or long-term threats the United States has with Iran currently, right now.
Well, first of all, you don't believe a fucking word that comes out of Trump's mouth. So why would you believe him on that lie?
Well, I don't believe that Iran's nuclear program was a huge threat to the point they were saying it to begin with.
Okay,
But
so-
I will say that the Iran
Really?
nuclear program was a threat. Yes.
Okay.
Can I
was a
respond?
threat. But
This does
assuming that
this
Trump
does
is a
explain
complete-
your hostility.
Trump is a complete
it wasn't-
bullshit artist. So why?
But
would
it
you
wasn't a
believe
threat to
him
the United
about
States,
us?
though. Like Iran doesn't have the capabilities to strike the United States mainland.
Do you
Well,
know that for a fact?
They did
Yes.
a test in Russia.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it
Where
was in-
then prove it.
Well, they
What
did
ballistics
a test of an
missile-
ICBM in Russia in 2025 that
Mhm.
went pretty fucking far.
Yeah,
so-
it's not touching the continental United States, guys. Like Iran
Not
does not
yet.
have the capabilities of hitting the United States continent. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, but the FBI is already calling out California.
Today.
Drones. I want to
Today.
respond. I want to respond real quickly to the hypocrisy comment because I'm stating this from a United States superpower standpoint, not my own personal ethics. The United States controls Panama and Hormuz to benefit itself. It's a benefit at a cost. To take Hormuz, we're going to take a hit. But if we control it, we don't just benefit ourselves by not having to deal with another sovereign nation's bullshit. We also get to put a hurt on China because China has to play ball with us all of a sudden because
Yes.
they depend
Right.
on the Strait
Exactly.
of Hormuz. So
Yes.
I'm not being a hypocrite by saying we can do this but not the other. I'm stating openly that the United States benefits from controlling both selfishly.
Yes. He's right.
So,
You're
are you
right about
talking about the United States government, or you're talking about the United States people?
Well, the
Both.
government is the power that the people support. So I don't know how to answer that question.
So,
It's
because
both.
if you
The answer is
because the
both.
actions of the government right now are costing American lives,
Well,
and they're
I-
making the cost of living considerably higher.
I don't want everything Incarnation says to go unrebutted.
Okay,
Oh,
go
Yeah,
ahead.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Oh, cost of American lives. Okay, let's be real here. It is war, and let's be real here. No offense. I know, like, to make Canadian jokes.
War. How
Hold
is
on,
this
let's-
war? Congress hasn't. Come on.
Let's
Oh, it's
look
not.
at
So it's
Nathan
not war.
Let's Make
It's
Share.
not war. What is a special military
Yeah.
operation? What's up, brother? How
Hey,
are you?
Yeah,
How you doing?
good.
Hey, look at
Double
that.
Yeah, this is my new Facebook Marketplace stuff. I can, but Chip can now be up here. You know, when I do
You
the
look
show.
like a
'cause
gentleman.
The hell
Wow.
yeah, dude.
Billy's
Pretty
a
sweet
cup
lounge.
holder? Holy
He's got the
shit.
Is the is the
Alright.
cup holder cooled? Is it a cooled cup holder?
No.
Hmm.
Oh,
That sounds like a pretty sweet
But I
modification.
got,
though.
I got my koozie in it. A lot of cup holders won't. The koozie won't fit in a cup holder, but this cup
What are you-
holder fits my.
what are you
koozie.
drinking on?
The
What are you
big gold
drinking
cup holder.
Just a
white
little
top.
shock top.
Shock top.
white
No
top.
shit.
Yeah,
White
I
top.
never
White top.
White
And all
top.
right. Anyways, all right. So
What was last dance? What was the rebuttal for? I don't understand.
First of all, Incarnation is saying that Iran doesn't Trump said Iran doesn't pose a long-term threat.
No, I didn't say Trump. I didn't say Trump said that. I just don't see Iran being a long-term threat to the U.S. right now.
They obviously pose a long-term threat because they
Been a long-term
managed
threat
to
as well.
develop. They managed to develop over 400 kilograms of
Yeah.
enriched uranium,
Yeah.
of which in a week it would have taken them to enrich
Yeah.
enough of that to bomb grade
that-
uranium to make a bomb.
Yeah, but they don't have the capacity to touch the United States. The only
They do.
person that is at
No.
no, they don't. The
They
only
do.
people that are at
They do.
risk, the
No,
only
that's
people
false.
that would be at risk would be Israel, which is
No,
why the United
that's
States is
false.
engaged in this.
That's not true.
Oh wait, hold on. So even
Hold on, wait.
even if that
Let-
hold on, even if
I
that
wanna
was
let-
true, you think
Hold
that's
on.
okay for them to do?
I want to let Last Dance finish his complete.
No, Carney, no,
paragraph
because
here.
Carney's full of shit. You
Please,
are.
So-
Last Dance.
Go ahead.
Iran does have space program rockets that can be used to, they're multi-stage rockets. They're basically the same as ICBMs. It would not be hard for them to modify that to hit any country in Europe. And it would not be hard for in long term for them to convert that into a missile that can travel 10,000 kilometers and hit the U.S.
I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this. The United States has the most advanced rocket program, and instead of shooting a rocket from the continental United States to hit Iran, they sent bombers 36 hours in the air, refueled them halfway there to drop bombs in Iran. So, like, if the United States isn't shooting Iran with ballistics missile from the continental United States, Iran sure as fucking hell isn't doing it.
No,
Oh,
we
what
don't
kind
use
of-
ballistic missiles because they're mostly used they mostly have nukes on them. We don't want to launch ballistic missiles across
Yeah, we
the
have air
continent
superiority.
into Iran. It would scare the Russians and everybody else. And it's not doesn't make any sense.
It's a strange.
Another thing that Iran does have is large passenger airplanes, and it would be nothing to put a gun type weapon, which presumably they can build today, onto a passenger jet and have a suicide mission where they fly that to the United States.
And you're
And-
saying a gun type nuclear weapon, gun activated
A
nuclear
gun type
device.
nuclear weapon, which does not
I
require
mean,
the technology
arguably-
needed. So-
arguably, many of the American adversaries have those capabilities. We're not going into Russia or China or Pakistan or any of those countries to do what we're doing in Iran. Respectfully,
You're comparing Iran to Russia?
well, you're making illusions that Iran has nuclear capabilities that they could put on some plane that they could then use to bomb the United States. Like Russia has the capability to do that. China has the capacity to do that. Pakistan has the capacity to do that. Like tons of countries have the capacity to do that. Like,
Yes,
like
that's
it's like-
true, but those countries are, they're already nuclear powers. It's too late to do anything about them, and we've managed to successfully use mutually
Okay.
assured destruction with Russia and
Oh.
China for
Okay.
decades now. It's not. It's
okay,
not
so then
unreasonable
okay,
to say
okay,
nobody
so then
else.
why not? Okay, okay, so then why not apply that? Wait, okay, wait. Why not apply that to your Middle Eastern ally in Israel, who refuses to be part of the same nuclear program as you, who refuses to acknowledge that they have nuclear weapons, who refuses to acknowledge what their stockpile is? Everybody else is playing by the rules except for Israel, and we're also expecting Iran to also play by the rules. Like, so why are we favoring Israel not declaring any of their nuclear arsenals, but we're okay with Iran doing it?
You're changing the subject. Are
It
you
all comes down.
Are you admitting that Iran, in fact, is a threat to the United States?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, what did I say that you don't think is correct? That makes them not a threat to the United
He
States.
did change the
Well,
subject. He
well,
changed it to
one,
Israel.
they don't have nuclear capabilities. For one, we've destroyed that. For two,
Good.
like if they do have the
Good.
nuclear capabilities to do that, them putting it on a plane is hardly a reason to invade their country when all of our other enemies can do the same. Like China and Russia, like specifically, like they have way more capacity to do that than Iran could ever dream of. And we're not attacking Russia. We're not attacking Iran the same way or China. So at some point we have to like.
Surely, Incarnation, you can view each country through its own lens and its own reality. Like
And risk
they're all
factor.
not the same. And
Yeah.
like he just said, if we do this to China, the whole world is dead.
Well,
So
Russia's currently at war with one of our pseudo allies. Iran wasn't even at war with us. Like the only country Iran was in a war with was Israel. Like the only country Iran was in a war with was Israel.
What does this have to
They
do
an ally?
with
I mean,
the
how are
situation
they
in Iran?
less of an ally than Ukraine? I mean,
Apparently they're more of an ally than Ukraine because we're willing to engage in full-on war with a country that, quite frankly, is less of a threat to us than Russia.
First you minimize the threat, then you say even if the threat's there, it's just like other threats. It's not just like Iran is a terrorist state that has committed many terrorist attacks.
So is Russia. So has Russia.
No,
name one. What do you mean? Russia's committed way more. Russia's committed way more atrocities to Americans over their course over the last 30 years than Iran has.
Name
Not
one.
even close.
Wait, so
literally every desert war, every desert war up until the 1990s, the fall of the Soviet Union was directly related to Russia. Like Russians were directly involved in proxy wars with Americans for 30 plus years until the fall of the Soviet Union. Countless Americans have died because of this.
Chill.
Like, what are we talking about?
Just chill.
Like
Relax.
Russian
Just hold on.
No,
Relax,
you're
relax.
wrong.
Hold on. No. Hold on. I gotta say something to this. Does this make this okay for what Iran is doing?
Iran did nothing to the U.S. What did Iran do to the U.S.? Give me an example, right, of one act of war that Iran took against the United States previous to the United States attacking Iran.
Hold on.
Name me one. Like I'm gonna wait here until you name me one thing Iran did against the U.S. that deserve them getting bombed.
No. So you believe that the Iranian regime
diplomats
should be in charge?
We don't declare war against countries who kidnap our diplomats.
You always declare war against countries.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is straight up. I'm sorry, dude. This is straight up TDS. It's because Trump's doing it and Republicans are doing it. That's why you really don't like it. If let's be real here. Let's be honest.
You can't give me the only irrational person here is somebody who's saying that it's okay for the United States to engage in war against a country that they can't even give me a reason why they're engaged in war. Oh, they're a wannabe threat. Yeah, well, so are 3/4 of the countries out there. What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
Hold on. You have to look for a reason for the Iranian regime to be taken over? Really? You have to look for a reason for that?
Yeah, of course. They're a sovereign country.
Are you fucking serious? You think they're a sovereign country, so you think that what they're doing is okay?
It's irrelevant. They're a sovereign country, so if you're going to go invading countries, you have to be careful. You have to mind your choices when you start invading countries.
What do they do to their people?
Whatever they want to do to their people. That's none of the United States. But that's none of the United States business.
Okay. And why do you think that we take a bunch of people that are asylum seekers from countries like Iran? Okay. Why do you think
we're Muslim? Because we're predominantly Muslim-friendly countries.
No, that's Canada. Let's be real here. But anyways, the US
so is the United States. United States is one of the most Muslim-friendly countries in the world.
Hey, well then that's a good thing, right? Either way,
well, not according to you, because according to you, like all Muslims are like fundamentalist, like fucking
then we're so accepting, right? So then why are they being asylum seekers?
Three quarters of Muslims in the UK want Sharia law.
It's because they're being oppressed in their country, Carney. Come on, this is basic.
So if that replicates to America, yeah, that's a serious fucking problem.
Yeah, and honestly, in this, like, I kind of agree with Carney, and like whatever goes on over there, I don't care. That has nothing to do with why I think there is some justification to this. I think that this attack that we've done with Iran is inevitable and would need to happen down the road, if not now. So in my mind, it's now because it's easier now than waiting and letting technology become more advanced. I think this was an inevitable thing that was going to happen, and I think that I may not have chosen for it to happen now, but it has, and that's the reality of the situation. So
okay, so can you simplify this? Do you agree with what's happening with Iran right now?
I can't give you a solid answer. The jury's still out on that one. I need to see how it plays out.
Okay. All right.
I cheated and I used Grok just to look up the history for the last 47 years of things that could be considered threats or attacks on the United States. and it doesn't have just one or two. It's got quite a few. It starts with the 1979 U.S. Embassy hostage crisis in Tehran, where they had 444 hostages. And then it moves forward to April 83, U.S. Embassy bombing in Beirut, Lebanon. And also Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. 1980s kidnappings and murders in Lebanon. 1996 Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia. 2003 to 2000 attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq. 2007 Karbala provincial headquarters raid. 2020 ballistic missile attack on An al-Assad Air Base, Iraq. 2019 ongoing proxy attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan. So that's, without going into detail each one of those, it shows that there is issues between the United States and our.
Do you know what all of those have in common?
What do all those have in common?
Oh, Israel, right?
None of them involve the continental United States. So when you're asking about threats to American people, none of those were ever a threat to an American people. There are foreign diplomats who are out working in foreign politics. Not to say that they should be targeted, right? I'm not saying they are, but when we're talking about like a threat to America, like
why can't it be
we're not talking about the same
people? Why are you saying that it has to be the continental U.S. for it to be an attack on U.S. citizens?
Yeah, that's idiot.
Well, because I think there's a significant difference between saying that, and I'm not justifying Iran's attack, but I think there's a significant difference between saying there's a military base, right, and military personnel are at risk versus like innocent civilians in American cities. I think there's a huge difference.
I can't back your reasoning on that. I disagree with you. I'm sorry.
Why?
What about an
Do you
embassy?
think
still making action?
Yeah, so an embassy, I would agree. So an embassy, I would largely agree with you, Smoke Steve, absolutely, because an embassy carries with it a much different. Yeah, it carries with it a much different sort of prerogative than a military base. So I would agree with you. If somebody attacks an embassy, that's a
U.S. soil, wouldn't it? That would be U.S. soil with U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah, your points are all bogus, Incarnation. Those are attacks on Americans. Why do you think Iran didn't attack the mainland of the United States? Because
they don't have the capacity to do it.
Because they don't have the capacity to do it. Why do you think Iran has a ballistic missile program?
Because they want to be. Because they want to be part of the big boys club, like everybody else.
There's no point in building an ICBM, which is incredibly expensive, to put a conventional warhead on top of. You can't build enough, and they're too expensive. There's only one reason to build an ICBM, and that is to put a nuclear warhead on. Why do you think Iran is enriching uranium to bomb grade levels?
Well, again, if you want me to take Iran's perspective, it would be because they have a known enemy in Israel who has undeclared nuclear stockpiles. Right. So for them, their biggest threat is Israel. So for them, their excuse to say why they want to build a nuclear arsenal is because they have a perceived, quote unquote, perceived threat in Israel. And I think
need ICBMs to hit Israel.
Well, yes, they need some pretty good missiles to hit Israel. Yes.
They already have those missiles. They don't need.
Do you want them to hit Israel?
4,000 kilometer range.
By the way, Carney, do you want them to hit Israel? Is that what you want?
Don't bring that up because that's not what the issue is.
Israel.
I bring that up because it's implying that that's what he's defending.
He's trying to say that Iran is not a threat to the U.S. and but they are a threat to Americans outside of the U.S.
Right.
He's trying to say that Iran somehow
is there a distinction
isn't building nuclear weapons and isn't building weapons to reach the U.S. But
they don't have the capacity to do it.
What do you mean they don't have the capacity?
They don't have the capacity to hit the United States. Like they just simply don't. This idea that they do or ever would be able to is asinine.
That's why we did it.
I've already explained why they do.
Holy shit.
And I've also explained how they're building that capacity. They're building a nuclear weapons program, and they're also building an ICBM program that at the end will be able to strike the United States. That's what they're aiming for. They're not stopping to their range.
So is China.
Okay, now
So
you're
is
changing
China.
the subject. You're bringing up.
Yeah,
No,
you're right.
but no, I'm bringing up the hypocrisy in what you're saying. So
not
if
hypocrisy.
Iran is as
Changing it.
much of a threat,
Changing
then
it.
why aren't we attacking China? Why aren't you attacking Russia? Because
that
though
makes
they
no
are
sense.
way bigger threats, they
It's not
have
how
the
it works,
capacity
dude.
to do it.
It's not how
Why?
it works.
It just shows you
Because
hypocrisy.
you would be stupid to do that.
They're already nuclear armed, for one thing.
Oh, they're already. I thought Iran was already nuclear armed. That's why you're attacking them.
No,
Nobody
it's
said
because
that.
they're not.
I know
They
you
want
should.
to be. That's why
Nobody
we're
said
stopping.
that.
Don't be a fucking idiot.
So they're not
Are you-
nuclear armed. They don't have the
Connie,
capacity to hit the United
Hey,
States.
Connie,
Oh,
look,
okay.
I know you're a
Okay.
smart guy, but like, come on, dude.
You're being
Okay.
kind of
Come on.
dishonest here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you talk about hypocrisy. Like, come on, man. Connie, you're a smart
Yeah,
guy. Like, why are you doing this?
Dude, Riddle, I remember talking to you 2 years ago, and you were giving me this whole anti-war speech about how Kamala was going to start World War III. And here we are with, you like completely have the blinders on to what's actually going on. And I'm supposed to take you seriously. Like, I really don't.
Hey, you know what? That's
Okay,
fine. You
breaking
don't
news,
have to.
breaking
You can
news.
you can quote something from years
Breaking
ago. That's-
news.
Okay.
Satellite imagery shows Iran has opened one of the tunnels at the underground complex below Eshufan uranium conversion facility, believed to be located several dozens of meters deeper than Fordow. Reports from Fox suggest the IAEA chief Rafael Goss has implied that evacuated enriched uranium may be stored at an ancient heritage site in Isfahan, Iran, same area. And his statements could be interpreted as a green light for the United States or Israel to have strikes against these protected sites.
I think we should wait. I think we should wait about 5-10 years to see if they can produce something that can hit mainland Europe and America. That's what I
That
think
makes
we
the
should
most
wait
sense.
for.
Well, they
That's
can
the
already.
most sense I've heard in the past 30
They're
minutes,
almost
maybe.
there. They have tested ICBMs
Well,
at the
Well,
4,000
until they
kilometer range.
do, I don't think we should do anything. I think we should wait. I think waiting for them to produce high grade radio
uranium.
high grades. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you guys are waiting, so you're getting
There's only one reason to make it like 60% pure, and it is just for making weapons. It's not.
They already
not
did that.
I think Summer's on board with you, buddy.
I think Iran's about 2.5 times the size of Texas or something like that. Fairly sizable. You guys know how big Texas is. How long? What would they would get 2 or 3 American cities if they had good luck on their day, and their whole entire country would be dust after that war. So maybe it is like you say that they don't care and that it would just be their martyrdom or whatever, but I still have to think they have to have some logic before they would use one of these weapons.
Why did that sound like somebody's eating, either somebody eating or shitting?
Sounds like someone's drinking some tea.
I just passed a stool right 30 seconds ago.
Not even on the dog.
It could have
How
been
many
me.
legs? How many legs on it?
It's like that big
That must have hurt.
The three-legged stool.
carpet in the new chair.
I just received something from the mail that wasn't very good. I think men in their 50s would know this, but I had one of these things from the NHS saying, "Oh, can you shit in this pouch for us and then send it to us, and we'll tell you if you've got a problem."
Wow.
Nice.
Did you fill it to
I'm in my
capacity?
50s. I'm in my 50s. That's all I know. That's what you
Did
get.
you
in
put
it.
it?
You get all that.
Did you shit in the bag?
No, I put it off for a while. It's been there for like 4
Yeah,
or 5 days.
you know,
You give
I just
get one from Trigger and put it back and see what they
It-
say.
Put
It's
it
called-
in.
Yo, it's called Cologuard. None of you guys have done a Cologuard test. It's a way to avoid a what is the thing that they
Colonoscopy.
prostate.
colonoscopy?
Colonoscopy. Yeah, it's you have to get it when you're 40. At least the first one, right?
45.
Whatever it is.
I've had
I
one.
haven't had anything.
next month or two, so I'll let you guys know how fun and exciting it is.
It's not.
I'm
bad,
actually,
though.
I am actually curious about that because I am actually curious about that because I am getting older too. So I'm curious.
It's not bad. I'll tell you, that propofol is fucking magic, bro. You lay down on the table.
What do you mean
and
magic? What do you mean
You lay
magic?
down and you literally, in 1 second, you're talking to somebody and they're like, "Yeah, you're done," and you're like, "What? You violated me that time?" And I didn't even know what was happening. Like, this shit just puts you out, dude.
Do
You
they
don't know.
do they
It's
give you a reach
quite
around
pleasant.
while they're doing it?
Well,
They
you
do
wouldn't
whatever
know.
they want.
You have no idea. Propofol. That's what Michael Jackson's doctor was giving him to help him sleep. And this shit is so strong, dude. Oh my God.
Supposedly, when you are put to sleep with propofol, you actually get REM sleep. So, it's pretty darn good as an anesthetic.
It's not riskless though. I still have anxiety because I could still be the 1 in 10,000 or whatever it is.
No, I agree.
gamble for a reason, fellas.
I agree. You should, for example, you shouldn't use it just to get it to sleep at night.
No, I agree. That's why I'm up
That's the
most of the
medical
time.
malpractice.
That'd be terrible.
Right.
I don't even know Michael Jackson's doctor's number anyway, so we're good.
He's not a doctor anymore.
He's not a doctor anymore.
But yeah,
Did
that part
did
is not
he
bad.
lose his license?
I believe so. But truth be told, I did the Cologuard test. I actually tried it. And
Yeah?
of course I failed. And they were like, "Yeah, fucking get your ass in here," Literally, that's
Literally.
what they said. Get your
That's what
ass
they
in
would say.
here.
Yeah, no, that would be good for business.
But yeah, don't do the Cologuard test unless you're a picture of health, because they have a really
Just
high
wasting your time.
Make
A
sure
really
you've
high-
been
rate of failure.
eating a high fiber diet for the month before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust them.
While we're talking about shits and stuff, and
going.
trigger this week, shit, blood in his poo,
Oh,
great.
God.
and then
Sorry,
and then
buddy.
for the last, yeah, it's not great. And the last 2 days, it's completely clean, like normal, everything normal. But like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, he had blood in his poo, and I was like, oh, and I was like panicking. And then the last like 2 days, completely clear. So
Mm.
my dad
That's
thinks he
good.
might have He might have piles.
That's
So he
good.
might.
Could be.
Hey,
Oh.
when we're on the shit thing, has anyone seen the new
It's a good
Raisin
fight.
Bran commercial with William Shatner?
No.
Shatner.
And there's noticed all the shit references that are in it.
Shatner.
His last
Yeah.
name literally is a shit reference.
There's tons of pooping references in this new commercial. I don't think I can play it. They'll probably give me a copyright strike. Can I play it?
Commercials,
Don't worry
usually
about
are
it.
okay.
Is there music in
Yeah.
the commercial?
No, it's. Let me just play it, and you guys can decide.
That's all we've got to do is talk about it. That's all we've got to do is talk about it, because we're added to it.
Yeah, we've already done
Stop
that.
it halfway through, and then play it after we've had a chat.
All right. Now, mind you, keep track of the amount of pooping references there are, and be creative. Use your imagination. You ready?
Will Shad here, bringing
One.
one of the masses with Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Judy calls.
Two.
Will Shot?
Duty calls.
Darn day.
Whoa.
Bye. Will
Oh
Shad
my.
in the house.
Four.
Wait, Will Shot where?
Never mind. It's
Five.
fiber time.
Yeah.
Is that Dr. Shih Tzu?
Six.
Fuck.
Will Shot on the car!
You're too old for this shit. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. High fiber.
Creative.
Damn.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think we nailed
all
it.
right.
I think I counted 7.
Yeah, I mean, the
Look,
shit scene was
honestly-
great because they actually say shit, which is all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is clever. It's really clever actually. And by the way, I do like I appreciate the reference because he's Captain Kirk, right? But let's be real here. How old is he now, and why is he doing this? Is this AI or is it partially
I
AI?
don't know
Or
if it's
like,
AI, but it's money. It's just
Well,
like
I guarantee he didn't jump off the car.
Yeah, he.
yeah,
Okay,
well,
dude,
no,
he's
I mean,
William Shatner,
obviously,
dude.
I mean, no shit. What I'm saying is like,
Did
like
he
a
go
scene
to
from
space
Backyard
last year?
Wrestling.
Did
it's
William
NIL,
Shatner go to space?
image, and likeness. He got paid probably $1 million for that. So
maybe he had to be paid something, right?
for 1 day of work,
Fucking William Shatner. I mean, that motherfucker, and it's a playoff of his name.
Shat, yeah.
So yeah, so
He does. That dude doesn't age, man. Seriously.
well,
Again,
Good for him.
like Riddle pointed out, he probably doesn't look like that. I mean, I'm sure.
Well, he
Yeah, I
does.
don't know.
He still does quite a few like TV shows, like where he does like
To be fair,
like mysteries of the unknown type thing, that type of a thing. So he hosts those shows, and he's standing up, getting around.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
I to Aphid's point, I agree. Like he is still out there doing things, and I respect that.
yeah, and the stuff he does actually is well respected and enjoyed by the general public. So he's not like one of those oldies that gets shit material and gets shit parts. He somehow plays quite a few roles, whether it's an advert or a movie or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Mysteries of the Unknown, wasn't that canceled in the 90s? Are you sure you're not watching like 25-year-old?
No. He's on a new. He's on. I'm telling you, he hosts a new show with the same type of a. I don't know what it's called, but it's the same kind of premise.
I remember the one from the 90s. It was on, and there was also one, I think, like Rescue 911 or something. It was like these reality shows that were on. They were not reality. They were, I don't know how you describe them, but shock reality or something. Conspiracy type stuff, but yeah, good stuff, man. Search of Leonard Nimoy. There you go. East Wind.
So I went to his IMDb page.
Oh yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah, what's he up to?
So this is podcast TV series Celebrity IOU. That was this year, one episode.
Never heard of it.
There's a TV series called 765-574 or 874. No idea what that is. He played a voice in another series. Let's look for something interesting. My Life is Murder in 2021. He played Barton Walwork in one episode. Yeah, I don't see anything recent of the.
No Dancing with the Stars?
No, nothing. Oh, here's one. Creators of the Past. He played Lord Ogma. Yeah, he's not. He hasn't been too busy in the last 10 years.
And this might be weird. Can I ask you guys all a question right now?
Okay. No, go ahead.
No, sure, whatever. What the fuck ever. When you think about the word alien, what do you think?
Sigourney Weaver.
What's the first thing, right? Okay, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Yeah, the creature on Aliens. With
Alien,
Sigourney.
okay. Yeah, so you think, yeah, okay.
I was going to say
Hollywood, Alien, Predator.
That
comes to mind.
yeah,
Shit
alien,
like that.
okay.
it used to be
Bar
like
in
Green
Star
Martians,
Wars,
but now it's like
You know,
illegal and undocumented.
Oh,
He hey, he before we get off subject, he hosts a show called The Unexplained currently. You got to go down to Self.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And then because I was like, I know I see commercials with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 2026.
all
What
right,
is he? 95, right?
What? Got to be.
It's 95. Yeah, he's old.
Wow.
He's older than my dad.
The fact he was
All
able
right.
to sing this in my car.
Aphid, what do you think when you hear the word alien? It's the first thing that
Alien?
comes to mind. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two different things. Like the ones here in the United are on.
No, but your
planet
first
Earth
initial instinctual thought. What do you think?
of alien.
Illegal.
Well, I mean, of life form out there, then it's almost
Yeah, okay.
infinite.
So you think it's like, extraterrestrial, right?
Out
That makes sense.
outside of our realm, our universe, they're infinite. Probably there's probably a good chance that there's some type of life form that's similar to us in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Whether it
All
came
right.
to exactly like how we are right now, I seriously doubt it. It would take every perfect thing to fall into place like it did here.
Aphids are
But
tricky.
something that has come along to our level,
aphids-
if not surpassed us. I'm sure it'd be selfish to think that we are the smartest thing.
Do you
It'd
think
be
that we?
stupid.
Okay, let me. Okay,
It would be
now. Okay, so we actually think it's not politics. Basically, is what I'm saying. It is actually just we think of extraterrestrial creatures as alien, right? When we hear the term alien, right?
No, I think
Yeah,
I think it's
Alien
illegal.
life form.
I think it's
Yeah, alien
illegal.
life, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I always thought the applying it to people who were in the country illegally didn't make a lot of sense, even though it technically with the use of the language it works. Alien to me, it never really worked when applying it to an illegal, like illegal alien. Just
Undocumented.
Yeah, it seemed like I mean
progressive.
it's funny because I'm obviously from California. They use a lot of fucking this terminology is bullshit, and I didn't want to get politics. I didn't mean for this. What I'm saying is like I was just curious about how you guys think, but like here, it has become about politics, I guess, and I don't
In
want
the
that.
UK, they don't call them aliens. They call them irregular.
Irregular, really?
Yeah. So they don't say undocumented. That's too spicy. That is undocumented.
That's-
So they call
It's a fun movie.
Oh, that's
irregular.
undocumented is too spicy. That's fucking
Yeah.
Damn. That's okay. Then you know you're being
Yeah,
taken
fucked
over.
in the ass.
You're being basically to be respectful about it. Yeah, I'm not really.
yeah, because then they're going to apply to it. It sounds like you're asking for papers. Give me your
I just
papers.
want to. I just want to throw this out there, guys. Galaxy Quest is probably one of the best movies of the late '90s.
Oh, that was with Tim
putting it out
Allen,
there.
right? Tim Allen.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Five-
was,
I think
Their reincarnation.
and
Hmm?
Sigourney
It's a
Weaver.
bold claim.
Alan Rickman.
yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna
Alan
die by that
Rickman.
claim. I think it's one of the fucking awesome, one of the greatest movies of like the late '90s. It touches on so many great like stereotypes. I just think the whole movie is amazing.
I agree with you on that one. That's for sure.
Holy crap!
Alan Rickman and Sigourney Weaver and Tim Allen.
Yes.
Come on. That was awesome.
Yes. And like the idea of like blending like real life with like sci-fi life and like the whole like I find
Yeah.
the whole premise fucking amazing.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Is this the one with the rope with the aliens who were like, meh, meh,
Yeah.
meh, meh, meh? Was
Well,
Jack Nicholson
I
in that?
don't know about Jack.
are from the Platoon Nebula. Man, we need your help.
Man, it's been so long. I don't know. Let's see. Was Jack Nicholson? I don't think he was, but let me see.
No, I don't think Jack Nicholson was in that movie. No.
don't
But it was
think he
Tim
was.
Allen. Tim Allen's the old head that we probably all
Damn,
like in there.
this was the last year before everything changed. 99 was
Yeah.
like Galaxy Quest. Damn.
Can I ask the panel a question? So I was watching some Aussie news today, and
Mars
they arrested
Attacks. Okay, got it.
they arrested some 18-year-old girl. She had a T-shirt and it said "From the river to the sea," and that is now a banned phrase in Australia.
What about from the
And-
window to the wall?
Well, she didn't say that.
What?
I mean, some people in the UK, they put down Plasticine instead of Palestine because they were saying Plasticine action, and that way they couldn't get arrested
Whoops.
for saying Palestine action. So anyway, this Aussie girl just done From the River to the Sea, and she could spend 2 years in prison.
But what about plausible deniability?
Do you think that's good?
I think it's
That's
bullshit.
really the question.
What the fuck did I do?
I think that's
Who said
absolute
that?
bullshit, Welshman.
Yeah, that's that RW. Yeah, okay.
I mean, what happened if she went to the thrift store and she's like, "That sounds cool." She wears it and then she goes to prison. Like she didn't have any fucking idea what it even meant.
Mars
Is
Attacks.
that a real story?
Yeah, it is 100% a real story. It's literally just happened now.
Come on, 2 years for wearing that shirt? Come on.
She could
Are they
be
really that
sentenced
big of
to 2 years.
pussies? I
Okay,
gotta see.
let me
I gotta
put- let me put it
proof of
into let me put it into context.
2
If you
years?
get caught,
What the
if
fuck,
you get
man?
caught, if you
They
get caught,
should have
with
mass
this-
suicides
listen,
overnight.
please, can you listen?
I can't.
If you get caught, if you get caught in the UK with cannabis, you could spend up to 15 years in prison. That's what you could do. So the most maximum offence is up to 2 years. So she might not serve a day. I don't know how it's going to run, but they brought this thing in that phrase is banned. I'm going to look at a phrase we didn't put in the back chat now. What phrases are banned? But that's what Australia are doing currently.
They should be a fucking ashamed of themselves if that's what's going on down there.
This was in the UK.
No, he said
No,
Australia.
Put down river to the sea arrest, 18-year-old Australia. That's what you need to put in. It should come up.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Liam Perry, the subsequent legal proceedings in Queensland have sparked significant controversy. The phrase is banned under hate laws. The case has raised questions. This is.
I got. Can I ask another question for you guys whenever you're free?
I just want to
Because
find out.
it might possibly be subject to change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with what they're saying, but I'm a bit, I am.
I don't think they've been sentenced yet.
Well, no, they haven't been sentenced yet. Like I said, that she could serve up to 2 years in prison.
Yeah, they're probably going to
So-
get some bullshit, but this is
I
clearly
don't know.
related to the shooting that happened. This statement is considered by many to be anti-Semitic.
Let's hear it. For
From the
science.
river to the sea,
Oh.
Palestine shall be free.
Weak. I mean,
Right?
it is kind of anti-Semitic, but if we believe in the First Amendment, it shouldn't matter.
Damn
No,
straight.
that we have that here, but they don't have that there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just remember
they
that,
don't.
chaps. I mean,
Always
in the UK,
Always remember, we are protected by our Constitution. It's not applied to everybody else.
just remember, we had a number of people. I mean, I think it's
Oh,
Bandwidth. Did you hear it?
compute their voice.
Yeah.
I just thought it was me again.
Base,
Cool if you
base,
could
we can't
catch
hear
that.
you.
It'd be cool if you could
that
catch
was funny.
that
express.
what would you call it, effect of the voice when it's starting to fade out and you get that weird digital like second.
Yeah.
Intergalactic planetary.
Base,
planetary, intergalactic.
Well, my,
You know
my
what?
mic's
You know what it sounds like.
Yeah,
Next
no,
time
I
you
think
hear that
it's like-
song when he says intergalactic.
No,
planetary,
it was a good. Okay, I'm sorry.
then he says another dimension, another dimension.
Another dimension.
Now, next time you hear it, listen for "I have an erection. I have an erection. I have an erection. I have an erection," and that's
Okay,
all
well.
you're going to be able to hear in perpetuity in that Beastie Boys song. Once I heard it,
okay, no, thank you.
Ye
I
of
don't
little
want-
faith.
I don't want the implantation of the thought.
You don't
I
want
can't
the
listen to
implantation of an
that
erection.
anymore.
Yeah.
That's all I hear.
The one good
I don't
thing-
need. I don't need to hear a song about him having an erection. It's all good. So
Well, the one good thing about Trump being what's the word they call it?
Fat,
I can't even say it.
Old,
I can't because I'm
Bad
just thinking
hair.
of erection. Remember all the Democrats
self-centered.
kept on. Remember all the Democrats
yeah,
in
you know what?
Schumer
I think
and all that describing
The
Trump's erection.
The election.
we have an election. We have
Oh,
an
yeah.
election. We got an
No,
election.
he's-
Remember
we
that
got an election.
they all fell through, didn't they, Steve? They all
Yeah,
kept
that
on.
was
I can't
weird
even-
how they all kept saying erection. It was like,
I know. I
Well,
can't
I
think.
think
What's the real word? That's all I'm thinking of is erection.
Okay,
maybe,
look.
let's see if I can find a good
You know what?
compilation.
Now it's already implanted in my mind. Stop it, Steve. Stop it.
Be careful of a music strike on that one. That's all.
Stop it.
No, I want to find a compilation of all the
Yeah,
Democrats.
look for a
saying
comp.
that
Look for a
erection
comp.
thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
So good.
I also have a future is now update for when you guys are ready.
Oh
Go.
yeah, I'm all for it. Let's
You
go.
ready? You're all right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
This is from Polymark. All right. New startup. It's called Rent a Human. Allows AI agents to rent humans to perform tasks they cannot physically perform themselves. So if any of you is looking for a job, you can get hired by artificial intelligence agents to go and do whatever the hell they need in person.
Oh my
The future
goodness
is now.
gracious! Really? Where is this? By the way, where is this from? Like, where's
Could have
it?
been
How'd
called Digital Dash. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh man,
Poly
no,
market.
I was just curious. Like, where'd you get that? Like, okay, how do you know about that?
That's just a Polymarket blurb. I was
Polymarket.
looking at for interesting news.
I'm afraid of the future, to be honest.
The
I am.
future is now, dude.
I know. I mean, you're right, but at the same time, it's like I don't know.
I used Polymarket in the elections. I kept on in the American elections, and it was bang on. It was in front of what seemed to be happening.
They're branching out away from gambling with news, while every other news source is branching into gambling.
Yeah, and another thing with the euro and the U.S. modeling for hurricanes, nor'easters, and storms, now they've incorporated this new AI model, and it's destroying all the traditional ones. So,
With accuracy?
yeah.
Okay.
Ryan Hall because all it does is the same thing as the other ones, and it takes everything in historical data and percentages and statistics, and it fucking plugs it in.
I was gonna say, what's the difference between an AI modeling for a weather agency and an AI modeling of a weather agency?
Yeah, is the tireless
I don't get it.
Tireless non-effort of AI that it can work like a million people,
well, it's because RW is because like modeling uses AI, right? Like the oldest forms of AI are like modeling software that like these people use, right? So it's funny. I found it funny what Steve was saying. It's just like, hey, we're using AI to figure out what AI is saying. It's kind of funny to me.
It's just kind of like cutting out the middleman, though.
Oh, we're adding a person.
That Trump incited an insurrection. Take a listen.
Let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection.
Donald John Trump incited the erection.
The fact that President Trump incited an erection.
If they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection,
into inciting an insurrection, which he did.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes.
Oh, jeez.
Inciting an erection.
Check
All
his
right.
laptop.
I mean, look, we all have fumbles in our words, but I don't know.
Mine are usually about penises.
Dude, that's a great fumble. Of all the fumbles we could ask for, I think that's one of the better ones.
I agree. That's true.
I give credit to Jamila Prayapal because she laughed afterward, which is the appropriate. It is the appropriate reaction to that fumble.
Yeah.
Instantly thinking about Donald's penis and couldn't help but start cracking up.
Well, I think that's what makes it so good, right? It's just like a lot of these people who especially are like saying this probably had like a huge hate boner for Trump. So like, it's just so funny. I don't know.
Yeah, erection has obviously become synonymous with one thing, but it can cover many things like buildings and things of that nature. But nobody thinks of anything but one thing. But obviously, part of the word insurrection is erection. It's the second half of the word. So
clearly, but in this context, it was amazingly a great fumble. It was just
it's hard for some things to cover an erection. That's all.
Do you
very hard?
Do you remember? I don't know when. Do you remember as a kid getting something called an erector set?
Hell yeah, dude!
Oh yeah.
It's called something else in Australia.
Oh, was it like those Lincoln logs or something like that?
Well,
no, it's the metal pieces that you have and screws and you
holes in them and screws.
Way more.
Oh no, I have no idea.
In Australia, it's called boner beams.
No. That's like Lincoln logs are called shit sticks over there, right?
Oh, yeah.
God damn it.
I think it's a Technic set.
Honestly, I only know a erector set from hearing about it. I never had one. So
yeah, I never had one either.
Meccano, yeah, Don, thank you. Meccano.
I had things like
Meccano. That's very
Nintendo
unique.
when I was a kid. So Erector sets were a little older than like
Is
yeah,
this-
NES
is this
one.
specific-
I definitely had Erector sets and Kinects and all those like Lego style stuff. Had tons of that.
I had Legos.
Meccano.
Legos are still going strong, bro. They're fucking awesome.
I've never heard of
They're going
Meccano.
crazy.
What is this?
Meccano is
Like
the
Kinects?
branding for Erector sets in the Commonwealth.
Oh shit! I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard of Connects and Lincoln Logs and Legos, but I've never heard of Meccano.
I don't think Lego has been any bigger than it is
UK.
today.
It was a UK toy.
No,
Legos.
it was an American toy. I
Legos
believe.
had a Dutch. It's a Dutch or
You have, you know how you have Mega Blocks and you have Lego. So like you had Erector, which was Lego, and Meccano, which was the Mega Blocks. Does that
Well,
make
they're
sense?
actually not the same company. I thought it was just a different branding.
I know. I agree. They're not the same company. They don't have the same quality. The things aren't exactly the same.
Oh wow.
So like you have, I don't know if Riddle. Do you know Mega Blocks? Anybody know what Mega Blocks is?
Yeah.
They don't even.
You know how they're just.
They fall
You know,
apart.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're just not Legos, right? Like you just know.
Yeah,
it.
they're not
just
Lego. Yeah,
Legos.
Lego is different.
they're a Timo Lego.
I always thought that I'll have to talk to Street about that. I always thought it was the same company with a different branding because
No.
they kind of do that with other things.
Bolts
Like
and
instead of
Renegade.
"Where's Waldo," it's "Where's Wally." Same bitch. Same looking for the same dude.
Meccano.
I remember. I remember I had a Meccano and I had an Erector, and like I got them fairly close together when I was a kid, and the Erector was just so much better to put together. The fit and finish was the fit and finish was cleaner. The bolts were using a proper fine thread. The like just the whole thing was just a better quality.
There you go.
And they make good ones. We did a Kingfisher Lego not long ago here.
Yeah,
That
cool.
took like probably 4 or 5 hours, and it's an intricate piece of like wildlife art. You know, it's a cool kingfisher with a fish in its mouth. Great Lego. I mean,
They're
the
being
race
invested in the currency. They actually are. People are buying them because they trust their value is going to go up. So it's an investment.
they're cool. There's some flower
Yeah.
ones that are like pretty intricate. And they actually say 18 plus on the box, which is like ridiculous.
Wow, that's a marketing gimmick for us, you know, nostalgic older
I
folks with
guess.
money to spare. Because like, who else would spend $150 on a Lego of a flower? Just us
Right.
adults with, you know.
Same as the ultra intricate adult coloring books, which were a fad probably 2 years ago. I think they're still pretty hot. Silly.
RW was into those, wasn't he?
So which one?
The adult crayon or the adult like coloring books.
I have some right next to me right now.
They're
Yeah.
good. They're that's what we're talking about with the marketing of the shit we did as kids being sort of like up for adults, coloring books, advanced Legos. I don't know what else. Probably video
I
games.
recently built a Lego kit and it wasn't Lego and it was just the same quality as Legos. It was the
Oh yeah, where'd you get that? No,
it was the camper for Breaking Bad and it was a lot of fun. A lot
Was
of
it
fun spent-
Chegos?
I don't know what brand it was, but I know it's not Lego. And the quality, the fit and finish, and the how they snapped together was identical to Legos.
A lot of those were super cheap.
Can I
but
give
now they're-
some trivia? Can I give some trivia on Lego?
yeah, Lego it up.
Okay, on February the 13th, 1997, a cargo ship, Tokyo Express, was struck by a rogue wave at Land's End, Cornwall, resulting in 62 shipping containers falling overboard, one of which contained nearly 5 million pieces of Lego. Ironically, many of the pieces were sea-themed and have been washed off upon the shore for the last 28 years, creating accidental environmental experiments and a hunt for rare pieces. The Holy Grail is a green dragon. There's only 514 pieces made. Black octopus is 4,200, and it goes through, and it just says that they're very rare and valuable.
That's awesome. I mean, that's
Yeah.
horrible that they are all in the ocean, but if you could like just imagine picking up one of those little dragons on the beach.
Yeah, there was another
that's it,
one of
that-
these that happened with rubber duckies, like bath ducks. and the fucking things were washing up all over the world. And they learned a lot about ocean currents from this shipwreck that dropped like, I don't know, 50,000 of these rubber duckies in one part of the world, and they were showing up everywhere around the world after that. It was wild.
You know, after the tsunami, it was in 2001. They were finding stuff from Japan in America, on the west coast of America, like 2 years later.
Sure.
3 years later, and they, you know, things were just getting washed up, and they could, you know, from like ID and like certain things, they could actually, you know, when they traced it back, they could prove it came from that time with that date, you know, and it's taken that long to get across.
That's cool, man.
What was the name of that plastic toy that came out in the 90s that you could push them plastic pieces together to build with, and it was like perfect for getting hair stuck on all the little fingers that stuck together? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's like different colored
tiny little holes, tiny little like spiky holes, and you mashed them together.
Well, they weren't spiky, but it was a bunch it was like a 3D comb almost with a bunch of comb fingers, and you could push those fingers together to make them.
I had something like that when I was a kid.
What's the fucking purpose of this thing?
It was a building block concept, but if you had any pets, these things would just become hairballs. Like, they're gross.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's the same thing that I had when I was, because I didn't have Legos, I didn't have Lincoln Logs. I
guarantee it.
I did have that kit that you're talking, and they were real close together, the fingers.
Yes.
And you could put the things in almost, you know, as long as it was at a 90-degree angle, you could put it wherever you wanted to.
Right.
And the only thing that was good with making with those was airplanes, because it was, so I made tons of airplanes because, you know, it was just, that was the best thing to really, you couldn't do anything much else with it. Yeah, there was a blue one that was a square with a hole cut in the middle of it. There was some green long finger ones. There was yellow, more square with a bunch of the things in it. And it had things on the top and the bottom, and then it had them all around the outside edges too.
Right.
So you could
That's
turn.
correct.
Yep.
Stickle bricks. Gerald got it.
Is that what it's called?
Yep.
I gotta Google that.
I think that's correct.
Wow, I've never heard of stickle bricks before.
If you Google it, you'll most likely have seen them in thrift stores. Like they were everywhere at one point.
Yes, that is it. That is totally it.
Okay.
Holy
is
shit!
it like
I
early 90s? Is it like early 90s or something?
No, it had to be early. It had to be late 70s, early 80s.
Stickle bricks.
That's exactly it. You can see the pieces I'm talking about in the one picture that I came up.
Here's how Google Gemini describes it.
Oh God.
The ultimate vintage sensory experience. If you ever wanted to build a castle that also doubled as a hairbrush, stickle bricks. Stickle bricks are the answer.
Love it.
How much do you pay for this?
First 2 months.
By the way, is it worth it? Yeah, sorry.
I got a lot of fun out of it. Like I said,
so I can see what the product is.
It was limited.
I might be able to share screen unless Last Dance wants to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know what we're talking about.
I mean, he's a host.
Right,
Come on, Last Dance.
You can do it.
Whip up a picture. I'm just kidding, Last Dance.
You want to look for a video or just an image?
I got it here.
Image. Yeah, base needs an image.
Just so I can confirm what I think it is, or not confirm it.
All right.
Gerald, are you having banana peppers tonight or what? Like, what's the deal? What's going on here?
Let's see.
Here, I'm going to give it to you in the back chat. I don't know if that link will work.
I could just put it up right here.
Okay.
All right.
And there's an airplane there in that picture just for aphids.
Yeah, that was and that big red square thing that you see, that thing was useless. There wasn't much you could do with it. And I think they gave you one.
Whoever built that wasn't trying very hard. That's a very half-assed.
There wasn't a lot you could do. There wasn't a lot you could do with it.
I picked the easiest one. I could show a more complex one.
I'm curious what the most. I'm sure someone spent thousands. That
was a little bit different.
The biggest hairbrush ever.
That was a little bit different of a kit than the one I had.
This is a plastic that doesn't break down. Like this
No.
is the early plastic toys.
Like I bet if you found that
Oh
now,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I
would
seen
look
it. I had
exactly the
them.
same.
I had them.
Yeah, see, it must have been
I
a thing around our age.
thought it was them. I did think it was those things. They were shit for building things. Lego
Yes,
was so
there
much
wasn't much you could do with it.
There you go.
See, look at that stupid thing.
Now this is actually,
Yeah.
I think, a cheapo knockoff.
Yeah, that's not the same as what I had.
That's big enough to use your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle action figures in.
It even looked shit. It even looked shit to the eye.
It
doesn't
must have been.
It's like-
It must have been. My parents were really cheap because all our money went towards drag racing, so we were
At least you
kind
said
of
racing
given the.
after
We were given the shaft when it came to toys for Christmas,
Uh,
and I would think that it must be a lower quality, cheaper thing.
Yeah. I mean, at least the Lego brick looked like a brick, just smaller. You could imagine it. You build a Lego castle now, and you put a Lego castle on Google Images, and they look like a fucking castle. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's not painted, it'll still look like a castle. It's just normal colors. But that just looks like what the fuck. And like you said, they were hairbrushes basically.
They literally were, dude. These
Yeah,
things would be-
those were similar, very similar. Well, I didn't have the shapes though, just the one the
No, I didn't have the
yellow
shapes. I just
blue.
had the block.
I had the yellow,
green
blue,
block,
and
the
green.
yellow one, and the blue one.
Yep.
Imagine that
That's
green
the
one
three I
being
had.
under the couch for 2 years. And
That is,
you know,
I'm telling you, that's exactly what I had. So, Base, you had the
Yeah, the
same
top-
thing, huh?
Yeah,
Oh.
the top three like you did.
Oh, I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
seen this.
yeah.
I have seen this before. Holy shit! Yeah,
These
I
things
have. Oh my
knows it.
goodness, I have not seen this since the 90s.
But look at
They're
that. There's
quite
not
good.
much you could do with it.
They were quite good to throw, mind you, weren't they? They were quite
Yeah,
good
you
to
Yeah.
could, like,
throw as
anything.
well,
It
because you
could,
could hit
it could
people like
stick in any way.
Yeah, if you threw one of
yeah.
those at your
that. And
brother,
you could hit him with it, and it wouldn't really hurt him. It wouldn't be like,
yeah, look at those
throwing
brass.
a
Look at
fucking
those
cricket
knuckle
ball
busters
in.
on the right there, dude. That was
it
brutal.
hurt worse than a Lego. Though.
So that's what it was. That was what was it? The sticks you said?
Stickle bricks.
Stickle bricks.
And then there was the
Alright.
wooden
And
ones
they're,
where you had like
they're basically indestructible as well.
You know what?
They
I
just-
think I did have some of the wheels. I think I did have some of the wheels.
Yeah,
Now that I'm seeing those, I think I
No,
did have.
no,
those
no.
wheels aren't
The ones at
turning.
the front. The ones at the
Yeah,
front. The
I've
front
Well,
seen-
those don't
yeah.
look like the
ones.
wheels I had, but I think I did have
Alright.
some sort of rotating.
I never had the black wheels. I had those things, circular things at the front.
So what was
Those,
the
like,
most
blue and
prevalent
red thing.
in everybody's childhood? What was the most prevalent thing? Was it this or Lincoln Logs or Legos or what was it?
Legos.
Lego.
Legos. This
Legos?
thing is.
Lego.
This
They
is
hadn't invented plastic in my childhood.
Yeah, right.
sorry. Just I'm curious.
He had
Dave,
like-
Even true.
He had
What was yours?
stones.
it was a Gorilla Glue and fuck.
Last Dance. Did you have a
That's
pellet
really
gun as a kid? Did you have a pellet
No.
gun?
I didn't.
If
Well,
he was
you-
lucky enough, he could have got old cigarette butts and made like a little house.
Wait.
for Chris
Last
Crawford.
Dance. Did you have a dreidel?
Nope.
A dreidel.
No dreidel.
I mean,
A
even my
dreidel. Why
grandfather
would you
said-
ask of that?
My grandfather said he had like a Tonka that was
Is
made
it-
out of
is it-
rubber. So he's 95. And he said as a kid, they used to share this one bulldozer toy that was like a Tonka and it had rubber-ish wheels. It wasn't plastic.
Steve
Yeah.
is based.
Dude,
They
I had
still
the
have-
big. My favorite thing was the big metal Tonka trucks that you could have out like in the
Tonka.
fucking sandbox in the yard.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you could fill up the back and like use your imagination and stuff. That was
Yeah,
You
Tonka,
can
the
move the
Tonka
barrel
brand
catchers
for
around with it.
Oh, no.
Tonka brand for model cars was amazing back then. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how it is now, but at the time it was solid.
Tonka always used to remind me of American. Tonka cars.
Yeah, I mean, those
Yeah.
they're old
Yeah.
metal ones. You can still buy them for good money.
Because it was well
good
built.
money. Good money.
Yeah.
It was
They
it was
rusted
well,
too, just like real cars. It was
like real
hilarious.
car. Yeah, if you if you leave them out, yeah.
They rusted around the wheel wells and like the edges of the dump body on the big dump truck thingy. I can remember
Yeah.
it distinctly.
That's when we weren't afraid of tetanus back in the day. You just went with it.
Yeah, you know what's
Small
funny?
Tonka-
You know what's funny? Even if you're not exposed to any of that, doctors will just say, "Oh, you need a tetanus shot," because they scare that shit into you. I'm not saying you shouldn't get it, but they do just by default push it on you.
Yeah, just
Um,
real quick, is that ticker legit or are you getting trolled?
No, it's me.
Oh, happy birthday, man.
It's tomorrow.
Happy birthday
Wait, it's
tomorrow,
your
man.
birthday?
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
Mrs. Slip's birthday was
You
last night.
you have the same birthday as my mother. Happy birthday.
I am your mother.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Happy
You're my
early
mother and my
birthday.
father.
I am your mother.
Happy birthday.
You
Really?
realize we're talking about toys, and it made me remember something. And let me tell you what we used to do when we were kids.
Uh-oh.
Not very nice. So what we used to do, we
Yeah,
had a
last
thing.
thing.
We used to have a thing with cars.
Sorry.
We used to have a thing with cars. So when we were like super young, like between I suppose 8 and 12 or something. What we used to do, we used to get like a crisp box. You know, a crisp box, the big glass sort of size, and we used to put it on the road, and cars used to run over it and stuff. And then we had the idea, let's put a breeze block in the crisp box.
That's a cinder block, right?
Yeah, that's a big block. That's a big fucking block. And,
That's a
yeah,
great idea.
we've done that a
Love
few times, and we destroyed a couple of cars, and it caused carnage because they accused the kids of it. We're like, well, it's nothing to do with us.
You
Of
know,
course,
were
it
you?
come out. It come out. It was me.
you have no right to
How
call out
old-
other
how old were you,
terrorists in your
Bates?
nation.
Base, what age
What's
were
that?
you? What age were you?
I don't know, about 10. The thing
Yeah.
was, I had an older brother that was 14, so I mean, the bottom line was though, it was like we put the box in the middle of the road, so you'd have to swerve to hit it. So any normal traffic going down the road normally, they would not hit the box.
So what would that be called? A test? What kind of test is that called?
I don't know, but it caused carnage. I just remembered like.
I mean, I can understand putting a coin on the train tracks, but taking out the front axle of a car is kind of a different level.
Yeah.
Calm down there, buddy. Don't you go dying on me.
That was a horse laugh.
I don't think the coin does any damage to the train.
Okay,
I
is
mean,
this
on a bad day,
okay,
maybe
so
really, I
that's,
don't know.
okay, so that's,
It doesn't.
is that
I'll
the
tell you
rumor
what,
where
though, the breeze block does damage to the front end of the
is that
car.
is that the rumor where like it'll shoot out back at you? You point a fucking coin on the train track and it'll shoot. That's
No,
a rumor,
flat-
right?
I don't
it
know,
flattens
man.
it out.
Yeah,
No, I
flattens
put
it out.
tons of them on there, and they never did anything but make a big flat penny.
Realistically, realistically, it would just flatten the metal.
federal
It
crime.
makes a
on
good
that.
thump when it goes over it. It's like boom, 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 and it's like 4 wheels or 8 wheels. I think we did it to a trolley when I was a
Yeah.
kid, and it makes a good thump. And that fucker gets flat, probably maybe over 2 times the original diameter of the penny, and it's no longer circular. You have like one side will be like it almost gets like oblong. I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
okay,
You can go
all
to
right.
the
I have
zoo,
a
you can go to like a zoo and put it through that crank and it'll put the image of whatever the zoo you're at or whatever on
Oh,
there.
yeah.
It's similar process.
all right. Question for you guys: folklore. What is your folklore that you grew up with?
All right,
That you
I got
actually
one.
to
I got
this
one.
day that you still kind of believe, sort of.
Well, there was this rumor around Halloween of some fucking guy in a van, a clown, or snatching kids. And there was also this huge rumor of razor blades or something in the Halloween candy when I was a kid. So, like, to this day, I'm always like around Halloween thinking, like, where's the fucking clown? Where's the razor blades in the candy? Like, that shit always pops into my head. I don't know if you guys ever heard those ones around.
Well, I have definitely
Yeah.
heard the razor
Yeah.
blade one because in my area you could take your candy and go up to the hospital. I don't remember this being a thing, but like a 2 or 3 year period of time when I was a kid, and they would X-ray it for free.
That
to
makes
make
it
sure there
healthier.
was no razor blade, and that seems so bizarre and absurd now.
It's radioactive,
Yeah, I mean,
but there's no
you know what?
razor blade.
Bring
In
your
a point-
candy on up here to the hospital. We'll
You have
send it
you
to
know
the
what? It's
Zephyr.
funny because it's Aphid. You have a kind of a point there. Like, okay, so everybody believed that there was razor blades put into, like, say, an apple or something like that, right?
Well, it was
But
like
that was-
a
that
Snickers
was
or
one thought.
Snickers or something.
That was
Well,
like
I remember
That's
the
it.
apple one too. Like, don't accept fruit; it's going to have razor blades in it.
Right.
Just
Yeah,
automatically.
yeah, but it's also like, dude, you look at the apple, you could tell if anything is done to it. Like, just
Right.
look at it.
Yeah.
Like, you're not stupid. Like, come on.
Who's going to eat the apple anyway? I mean, what type of
I-
vegan?
I I don't know.
Well-
It's just it's a gesture, I suppose. But like,
Well,
you know,
Hand out Bible.
I tell you what I believe that was real. I'm disappointed about. If you look at the Welsh flag, you'll see one of the best flags in the world. You'd be hard to beat the Welsh flag. It's a big fucking dragon. When I was a kid, I thought dragons were real. And I was gutted when I found out they weren't.
That was like, did you think that the Tooth Fairy was a dragon, or was that
I never
What's
got
that?
that far.
no?
You know what? As a kid, yeah, I was I was very contained as a kid, right? I did believe at the time that I had, until I pretended to be asleep and I saw my mother slipping some quarters under my pillow. That's what I saw. I was like, you know what? Life is crazy.
All you should have said was bonus.
That's what happened. Anyways, that's fair. Too fair.
The only folklore that I remember growing up with that I do not believe anymore is that my vote counts.
Your what?
My vote counts.
Collectively, it does.
Bud? What, the bud counts? What do you mean?
My vote when I go to the ballot and put my vote in.
Oh, vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's the
Yeah.
only folklore I have. My
That's
family's
okay.
very based.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean-
I don't blame you. I don't blame you on that one.
Anybody else have anything that stuck with them a little later than childhood? Last Dance, for example, Aphid Lip.
No.
How about ghosts? I think folklore, when it comes to spirits, it kind of did fuck with my mentality for a while. There's no way you guys. I mean, to me, honestly, I don't believe in ghosts nowadays, but I used to be infatuated by the idea of the concept of it.
Well,
Of like
Sort of
ghosts,
a-
like ghosts, or like there's a spiritual. Maybe there's something religious to. I don't know. But when it comes to a physical form, it's like, I like. What do you guys think about ghosts? I guess is my question.
I mean, the quote unquote ghost is somewhat of a pedestrian way of talking about the fact of somebody dying and that there's some sort of a remaining or residual energy or apparition
right
that remains in their place. Obviously, that's absolutely asinine.
Okay.
Especially
Whoa.
when they're
So you-
trapped
so
in
you-
these
so you
houses
don't-
and
I mean,
people
that's
say
fair.
they're fucking. We see the kid walking down the hall. Yeah, that makes sense. He's been
Yeah.
dead for 100 years, but you see the little child walking down the fucking hall, right? Yeah, that.
Do you
that's
think it's like a mass psychosis with people seeing things? Then do you think that people want to see what they want to see?
So my response quickly to your question. For
Yeah.
ghosts, I had the Bible thrown at me as a kid on that, and basically biblically, you're just told that it's not. I mean, the state of the dead is that there's nothing, so they can't do anything. But it is demons presenting themselves as your loved lost ones, and you kind of like, okay, and then you think about it, you're like, is that better? A demon.
That sounds way worse.
A demon. I mean, just pray.
That sounds terrible.
But I'm saying, like, it was an interesting solution.
Okay. What do you personally think?
I do believe that it's demonic activity and that
You think it's
spiritism is a thing, and different people have different levels of involvement or experience of it based on their lifestyles.
Okay, so you think that
interesting?
So you do believe in ghosts, but it's not like in this essence that I'm saying.
I believe in fallen angels. I don't believe in dead
Can
people
you-
being active.
So, do you believe that these fallen angels lived some sort of a bad life, like as bad people, and their punishment is to remain as some sort of a quote unquote ghost?
No, I believe that fallen angels are not human. They were fallen during the Great Controversy, and their purpose currently is to deceive in mass because time is limited. That's the simple response.
Is this during the Great Dogma?
What's the Great Dogma?
I don't know. It's from the movie Dogma. when
I don't know.
the angels were attacking God, and it's what's his name, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
I'm not
Still,
familiar.
No, not Ben Stiller. It was Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. The Dogma, the movie. They were like basically they were like fallen angels, and yeah, it's like a comedy, but it's like kind of actually a good movie. You guys ever seen Dogma?
never even heard of it.
Really? All right. Well, check it out sometime. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not saying it's believable. It's obviously ridiculous, but that's interesting. Okay, so I'm just curious. All right,
That's a spiritual understanding of it. I am curious to hear Last Dance relation to spiritism or spirits, people's experiences with them.
You know as well as I do, RW, Last Dance don't believe in no motherfucking ghosts.
No, not him personally, but what people are.
Yeah, but I want him to say something about it. I want to hear his word.
I don't even think about it.
No, but I know you don't, but I want your opinion on it.
What possible opinion could I have?
Anything. You can talk shit.
If you meet a ghost, be nice to them.
Is there any chance in history ever, through the entire existence of the Earth, Last Dance, that anything had some sort of a ghostly apparition after it died?
No.
I mean, I know you're going to
black and white, baby, black and white.
Well, that's essentially the way that I think.
All right. So you think? Do you think that the idea of ghosts is just a concept that people made up?
I think it's tied into religion, and there's a greater desire for humans to think that there is something more, that this can't be such a wonderful thing to have life, and after life ends, that it's all over. So grasping at an extension for that is grasping at religion or some longevity or the existence of ghosts. I think it all ties into the same innate human want to not believe that everything just goes blank when it's over.
Okay. Well, that does see that encompasses a lot of ideologies, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it's hard to respond to that with just a straight thing. What do you guys think?
I don't know. My brain went really blank.
Well, okay.
You're ready to see a ghost.
I'm sorry. Or Steve, what do you think? What do you personally believe when it comes to ghosts or residual, whatever, or it's just a made up thing? What do you think?
I think when you die, I do think
it's just over.
No, I don't actually think that. I don't know. You know what? I'll leave that one to be figured out when the time comes. Because
the time is now. Let's talk about it.
I'm a single.
It is almost for me.
As Johnny Cash said, I may be a single drop of rain, but I will remain. You know, and that's how it goes.
As we are, but together we're at least a puddle. So let's talk about where we came from. Or what we think. It's something, right? It's at least something.
I would not like to disagree with the wisdom of Johnny Cash, whose poetry is almost supernatural in its beauty. But
okay,
but,
and he was also a very much of a sinner.
He admits
which we all are. Yeah, we all are in some way, shape, or form. It's fine.
But,
I mean, I understand.
I believe when you die, that's it.
Is that what you think?
That is what I think.
Okay.
Eternity forever.
Yep.
Think about that, right? When you're trying to go to sleep tonight, think about that. Just blackness and nothingness for eternity.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't make me happy.
Because Aphid has a point. It's like we didn't know what the fuck is going on before. Like, okay, we're blinked into existence, right? We didn't know shit. What's going on? Like nothing. Now we feel everything. Now we have everything. We're blessed with intelligence and
That is
awareness.
correct. Yeah.
We are.
But how does nothing exist
But-
forever? Doesn't nothing not exist? I mean, isn't that like contradictory?
Stardust. What do you mean stardust? I don't know what that means.
He's everything that is just the result of the Big Bang and a
Oh,
few accidental
fine.
occurrences, random occurrences, and
All right. So
And
what?
we'll-
That's fine. That isn't. I understand.
Is it
I don't.
fine?
That does not mean.
I think that takes faith.
So we are just stardust. All right, fine. That doesn't answer any of the questions I'm
We're
asking.
all like whatever was in the universe, we're all from. There's no divine
Yeah, I don't. I
thing
mean,
that
maybe.
created us is one
We
way
don't
to
know.
look at it, and then there is
It could
another
be.
way to look at it that there is a divinity that did have a hand in the chemical reaction of life.
The chemical
Really?
reaction.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
Well, at some point, we had the perfect amount of various different things in the atmosphere for life to spontaneously pop up. Otherwise, you think that God was there and he said, there shall be life, right? So it's two ways of thinking of it. Life
Yeah.
spontaneously was existing, or that there was a God that created it. Which side do you fall on? We'll
Me?
go around the room. Last
Well,
answer first.
you know where I stand.
Spontaneous.
Absolutely.
Where do you stand? You think everything is random?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair
Ri-
to say.
Riddle, you're next.
I don't know.
Be right back.
I really don't.
All right.
I don't
No
understand.
answer, though.
I have no idea. What I want to believe is in God, but I don't know if it's true or not. But that's what I want to believe.
That is where what in Catholics would call faith.
I'm not Catholic. I'm Christian. Do
Right, I
not,
don't know if-
please,
I don't know if
please do
Christians
not
are
confuse the
Catholic.
two.
Oh, I know the difference. I was just saying.
I'm not. And by the way, I'm not even a Christian. I'm not even a good religious person. I'm just a person.
Is
I don't know.
all right. Fair. Is Welshman still awake?
Yeah.
He's barely there.
God or random that life exists?
God.
God.
Yeah, and when you're talking about ghosts and stuff, when I've been like occasionally watching like the shit that's going on in Ukraine, and you just look at the trances and there's like drone footage and you're just seeing men strolling across the fields. You would have thought you'd have seen some, if you're going to get some sort of activity, you would be, I would maybe suggest a site like this, but you don't see anything and nothing's come through, So there's not, I don't think there's anything visible. If anything does happen, there's nothing visible.
Right. So you think when the switch goes off, it's off, but you think that God had a hand in the creation of life at the beginning? Is that right?
Yeah, you could say that.
All right.
I,
Here
mean,
we go.
I think there'd be better evidence out there. You know what I mean? Your CCTV and fucking all sorts of shit that we should pick up.
That's
Apart
a
from
fair
like
point.
just like
Yeah. The
apart from
ghost
like
thing.
shadows and stuff, sometimes there's
The
nothing.
ghost thing is less believable than the God in the creation thing, in my mind. And I've heard some scientists who've gone years and years and become proper doctors of different sciences say that they could not be convinced that there wasn't a divine power in the creation of life. And these are men of the book, men of science. Hardcore, not religious guys at all. That weighs into my thought on this one too, but I won't give up my answer until the end. RW, I think I could guess, but I'd like you to answer it on your own.
He could guess, probably, yes. I believe that there was a creator of the Bible. The Bible creation story is true, and I think that whether you're going to believe in science or you're going to believe in Scripture, they both take faith. So I put my faith in the Creator.
And do you believe faith is some sort of a stretch in such that faith requires not facts but faith
means filling in all the blanks. You don't have all of the information, and in order to believe it, you have to fill in the blanks to accept it.
So it's full on belief without all of the facts.
It's acceptance without total understanding.
So that's faith.
What gives you that?
For me, it's prophecy being written in history and coming into truth and becoming actual history, as well as the character of God, the reasoning of existence, that I can jive with. And yeah, I think it's the personal relationship as well. Praying, having the experience, things happen in reaction. It's not just blank, blind faith. It's an actual, real experience.
Interesting.
Do you ever have like self-doubt about anything?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
It's a case by case. At any given moment, I can doubt anything.
Well, I mean, like religious based, like when it comes to like your faith, right?
I have frustrations more than doubts these days. Like when I ask for something selfishly in prayer and it doesn't happen, I can get frustrated, but that doesn't make me throw everything away because my will didn't happen.
That's good. I'm just okay. So like for example, what would frustrate you?
I've got health problems, so wanting miraculous healing is really high on the list. But I know that there's no matter of praying for that 6 million times. He already knows. So whatever I'm going to experience through this is going to mean something in the end, or it's not. We'll see.
Okay.
Fair. All right. Let's round it out with Easy E chair over there. Go for it, Aphid.
Yeah. Hell yeah. What was the question?
Did you like my name? Easy E chair? Not bad, right? Okay. The question, I don't know. What the fuck was the question?
The question, which point?
Remember?
Yeah, what was
it was faith based. Like, what do you want to start from?
No, I had a question. I went around the room.
I believe it was the Big Bang or creation.
Why don't I rewatch it on YouTube?
Is everything random? All right, so Aphid, what do you think? Is everything random, or do you? I mean, what do you think personally? Like, how do you genuinely feel? Like, what is your?
Well, I'll preface it by saying I don't even feel like, like each time, each level, it's like you got a center core and then you got something spinning around it, and that's how the universe works. So I don't even think it stops with the universe. Like we could be just forming atoms in something.
Do you think we were planned? Do you think we were planned as a species, or do you think we're just random? Our existence.
I think that we're most likely random, but I can't rule out that there isn't some some higher power that life part. Do the organized religion and stuff that I've experienced in my life, have they and not convinced, because if you're talking about religion, that's not a fair point to think. But most of these stories have been handed down from generation to generation from generation. So if I talk to Jesus personally, it's fully plausible that everything he had to say was true. Just, do I have faith that all these years that the story has been told in a reasonable manner? No, I do not feel like that at all.
Okay.
So it's, and I also feel like, if there is a God or a supreme being that he is gonna
later.
Right. He's gonna appreciate, he can appreciate my
all right, so you don't believe in
my
Jesus
thoughts,
Christ.
so I don't think
You
I'm gonna
don't
get
believe
punished. you know,
You don't believe in
with
Jesus
that-
Christ, but you
No, I didn't
so
say
you
that.
don't believe.
I said if I would have met him personally and heard what he had to say,
Oh.
personally, I would trust what's been told that he had to say.
So you don't believe that the gospel is his words?
That is what I struggle with. That it's been handed down and written word for word how it really happened over these years.
Okay. Otherwise, I was going to say you actually have his thoughts, but if those are not worthy, then I can understand your viewpoint.
I mean, how can you say the King James Bible, which was rewritten, is verbatim to perfect?
There's issues with translation, but I do believe that the context of the received text and the King James Version is valuable enough to benefit an individual who's reading it and trying to understand what it's saying.
So it's within the ballpark of what the Mashiach was
I think
thinking.
it's more than just in the ballpark. I think it's much more accurate than it is inaccurate. I guess I'll make that statement.
Fair. Of course.
There's a lot of things that you know I struggle with religion. And what my son, interesting enough, and I tried not to. We did put him into was it summer school or yeah, it was you know, we didn't want to you know, we had the decision of how we were raised, and
did you get his
if we
confirmation?
took him if we took him completely out of religion, he wouldn't be able to make up his mind for himself, and I didn't feel like that was fair. So, and I felt like I was born around religion, and you know, I was born and raised Catholic, and you know, I was able to form my own opinion as time went on. But he said the same thing I did, which was, you know, you got a little kid that's born just like him on the other side of the planet, that was just born in a different region, and they have different beliefs, and that one religion says that the other ones don't get the same rights. You know, is something that, you know, that I had a hard time with growing up, and he sure does too.
The concept is that the individual is judged based on the knowledge that they've received. So no matter where you're born and what you experience in this existence, you're judged based on what you understand. If you do come across information and you reject it, that's different. So if something comes along and you understand it and you reject it after understanding it, that can be placed under judgment. But if you never receive that information, they can't put the scale against you.
Well, one, that's how you feel, and that's your
interpretation. That's my understanding and belief, yes.
And two, that's, you know, what has been exposed to that, at least until, you know, the invention of the internet, was a relatively small chunk of the planet, you know.
Say the last part again, sorry.
That, you know, before communication was so easy, I mean, one having exposure to a different form of religion is
right. Information
very rare as far as the whole population of the planet.
And I do agree with your concept. I don't know if it was your concept, but it brought up a thought where I think religion is very generic, in a generic sense, corrupt, and people have to have a personal relationship with the God that they believe they're following. If they're just being dictated and following a religion, I think the majority of those individuals are deceived and mistaken.
Okay. So there is a personal bias towards religion.
Yes, based off of world history, I think every church I'm aware of has an apostate aspect to it that controls the actual truth of the scriptures that they're teaching.
What about you, Smoke Steve? We haven't got to you yet.
Wait, I already answered it.
Did you?
We got the boomerang. It came all the way back around, and I'm back up.
You said you were going to wait till the end.
No, we haven't heard from Dan. We haven't heard from Dance. Whether
Well,
Dan,
I forgot the damn question.
No, let's focus on
last
Dance.
answer
No,
was the
let's
first one who
let's
answered.
attack Dance right now.
It was
He
your
was the
question.
first one who answered it.
You know what the question is. God damn it.
I tried to rewind it like
Hey, it's blasphemous. You can't say that. That's
I mean, I don't really remember the question exactly how I stated
well,
it.
because I was the one that originally asked it, but that's fine. It interprets differently, right? It's like a game of telephone.
I believe
that's why I have a struggle with
Big
the way
Bang
that
creation.
religion is.
Big Bang
We
or
just saw right
creation?
here how it's gotten.
Yeah. So the original
distorted.
thought is, what do you think? Do you think that we were created, or we're just a piece of particle dust? What do you think? Is my
Right.
question.
No, well, not Big Bang or creation. Big Bang with the hand of some sort of a creator would be one of the options I might lean towards.
All right.
That's actually a
But
very
the other
popular
option would
psychology.
be Big Bang, which is completely arbitrary thing that happened without the hands of any influence of any being, earthly or other than. And I am leaning towards the latter. I'd like to read more about what some of these high-end scientists describe
Big
as
Bang.
things. Yeah, describe as reasons that they would not.
All right. I mean, that's fine.
think that there was some sort of otherworldly creator, because I think a lot of like scientific geniuses have said stuff like that. I'd like to read what has led them to that conclusion. Maybe I'm not saying I'm against changing my mind, but my mind would have to be changed for it to be the other opinion.
How, in what way could it change your mind?
In other words, if they were able to lay out statistically some sort of scenario that says it's impossible for this to have happened without it, then I might be able to, using math or science to say,
No.
well, it's not possible for it to have happened the way that it
Mathematics.
is arbitrarily. There had to have been, but somebody has to show me something statistically or scientifically that would lead me to say it's not possible for it to have happened arbitrarily.
Okay, I would have to say that I agree with Cap on this one. Christianity is not anti-science. However, you're saying you have to have mathematical basis, and how would you prove that? Because we don't understand mathematics. We really don't.
Well, they just have to prove it. I mean, we're
in
every day in
what
science,
sense?
so maybe this will be something they can improve.
Okay, so in what sense for you would you have to have mathematics change your mind about it? Like, what do you mean by the only way you would change your mind would be by mathematics? What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean using science and statistics and probabilities to definitively say it could not have happened without some sort of an external influence. The external influence being some quote unquote godly or otherworldly figure. Without some proof of that, then you're going on that word again, faith, which I am not willing to bet everything on. Now, I don't have it. I don't have the faith. I'm not of that church. I grew up Catholic. I got every fucking sacrament. And years ago, after I heard many news stories, lived in parishes and adjacent to parishes where priests were raping boys, I decided the whole fucking thing was a lie, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. And that definitely soured me on religion. To be honest, nothing ever happened to me as an altar boy. I got lucky, but I know that shit happened. I grew up in Boston as a Catholic altar boy in the 80s. It was a prominent thing there. But that shut me down to Catholicism. But that didn't shut me down to believing in God. But over the years,
what shut you down to that then?
Nothing has been proven to me that there is any God.
So, okay.
So I would have to have, again, that word, some sort of faith that comes out of nowhere or teaching. I'm not sure, but I don't have that quote unquote faith to believe blindly for something. So I choose.
What do you want to
believe? What can be proved to me or proven to me.
What do you want to believe in?
Want to?
I don't think it works that way. I mean, because he's saying he can't do it by faith. It has to be experiential, like it has to be real.
Yeah. Yeah, but it comes down to what we want to believe, right? Because we're human. We're
I
stupid.
disagree. I mean, I think a lot of people can run at that level, but for myself, I have to understand why I believe what I believe, and not just tell myself I believe it because I want to. I don't run at that level.
Okay, so you truly believe that at a genuine level, you believe what you believe, right? And it's not because you want to. You are just justified for it because of what?
Because I challenge it whenever I get the opportunity to put other information against it and weigh them against each other.
Okay. Is there in any way point, at any point, does it ever make you question at all? Like anything?
Yes, I've challenged my own faith, my own church. There's a shaking happening currently based off of doctrine that I thought was true my whole life until I was challenging it against actual scripture and realized and understood that that is not true.
Do you
So
want
there's a learning experience.
Do you want to let out the name of the general religion you're talking about? You don't have to be specific.
By the way, I gotta say I respect that. I appreciate that.
The Seventh-day Adventist Church is a Trinitarian church. It believes in three gods in a Godhead. Based on scriptural understanding, I do not accept that the Holy Spirit is a third God. I believe the Holy Spirit is a spirit that is of the Father and the Son. It's not a third entity. And by going through scripture personally and understanding it, I can see that it's adopted and accepted from the Catholic Church.
The Trinity.
The Trinity concept of a Godhead, yes.
Sure. And you're talking about, is this the greater church? Is it LDS?
No, the Seventh-day Adventist Church is its own denomination.
Okay, I understand.
LDS is not even close to the same doctrine.
Okay. Yeah, interesting stuff, man. See, RW can have some real interesting insight to this sort of stuff.
Yeah, this is good insight. I'm curious because
it's not accurate,
it really
but
does.
I've been looking at it for many years. We all have our own world views, right?
It is your interpretation of life. It really is.
Correct.
From your own judgment and from what you were brought up with, which is understandable. So I'm just curious about after all this time. Yeah.
Last Dance with the ultimate. What is that sort of thing
anecdotal?
Called? Anecdotal evidence. The single one place that he grew up near. Never heard anything funny.
I mean,
anything funny happened?
Cup of Tea shared the same story, and I was, I'm sharing it too. So
look, Cup of Tea is a troll. All right, he's fucking Joe. Where is he at?
No, it was English Bottle Cap that shared the story.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Cup of Tea's not a troll. Cup of Tea's been around.
Nah, T. I'm not saying he's a. I don't mean. Okay, you and I have different definitions of troll.
He's a unique.
I like him. I'm not saying.
Smoke Steve, did you ever hear of anything funny happening in your church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Priests were moved that everybody thought were like weird and like pseudo homos, to be honest with you.
Okay.
They seem to be fucking moving around a lot. And then you had like the priests who seemed to stay a lot in the same places, who seemed to be like good guys. The ones that you would get, your first communion from and go all the way to, guys getting married by the same priest they had the first communion from because they became part of people's families, sort of like figures in the church, like in a good way. And then you had these ones that seemed to be shuffled around by the cardinals and the diocese around the area that seemed to be jumping from church to church quite frequently, which definitely, I think, after the fact, people were probably thinking, what the hell was going on here, You have like this crew of priests that are at the church, beloved by the communities, by generations, and then you have these other ones who would sort of flip through, and they had like, I'll just be honest, they had like lisps and like fucking floppy wrists and shit, dude. I'm not kidding. Like, I saw it. Like
stereotypes, flaming
stereotypes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's also how the church went after their priests that were caught doing certain things. What did they do with them? Did they prosecute them and kick them and take away their cloth, or did they shoot them over there?
That's what the problem was. That's where a lot of the lawsuits came from. There was knowledge in the uppers that there were complaints coming from these priests' behavior. So rather than deal with them, they would do this moving around thing. And also there was a shortage of priests. So I don't know, in order to keep the priest numbers up, they were keeping pedos around.
I think it's darker than numbers personally, but that's a large conversation.
I think it's not hard at all to understand what happened. I think if you are a true believer, you would believe that it's not what happens on earth that you need to be concerned about. It's how you are prepared to follow for the laws of your religion and forgive people no matter how big the sin.
I think it does matter if there's wolves in the flock preying on children and those wolves are not taken care of. I do believe that's a problem.
It's not. I'm not saying I agree with this philosophy. I'm just saying that from a point of view that you're obligated to show forgiveness for sins.
Watch out for that shit there, Four Lights. You got to watch out, bro. Bro knows.
Please already.
Please finish your thought, Last Dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, simple.
Yeah, if forgiveness is a greater good than sinning is a bad, then it's going to be the center of everything you do in the church for people who commit sins, big and small.
It's a different if the person is penitent, I agree with you. If the individual is not penitent and they're going to continue the same actions, forgiveness doesn't mean shit.
Right. And also the priests who are given this otherworldly power through the Vatican, and it also, like, they were using that against their victims because they knew that the Catholic Church empowered them so greatly, and the guilt would control the often underage person that they were abusing, which just adds to the sickness level of it. It's almost like they had the power of not a police officer, like a God officer, but they were misusing it and using it for not only nefarious purposes, but like sexual deviancy. It's like unbelievable that they were able to get away with this on such a high level.
Well, I would argue
my father, who's a spiritual guy, he still goes to church, but he goes now to just sit and think and have some quiet time and not pay attention.
Sure.
But when this shit came up with the Catholic Church, it did the same thing to him as it did to me. And that was it. It basically detached him from the church and he was disgusted by the whole thing. And how could you not be?
Let me ask you this. Never mind priests. If a parishioner confesses that he's a serial killer to his priest and he knows he can't stop himself, he'll kill again, do you think the priest will turn him in?
I would hope
I'm
so.
talking about in confession.
I would hope so.
I don't think they will. Or I
in
think
the case that you're talking about, they will. But in the case you're talking about is too obvious.
What makes you say they will?
Because he's admitting to them that he's killed already and he will kill again. So for them to turn him in will save an innocent life.
The greater good.
But if it's a person who comes to them who said they haven't done it and they're considering it, there is the conflict that they will have, that the person hasn't already killed somebody and it's a thought that they're already having. A priest probably won't turn them in for that. That's my thought on that.
The more important question, I think, is why would you go to a third party when you can go directly to God?
Well, I think that's an indictment of the Catholic Church in general.
Well, RW5 Hail Marys and 4 Our Fathers. Go ahead and kill, and you're fine.
Yeah, no comment.
There's a penance or whatever you have to do after your confession, and then you're clear to go. So I don't know. It's silly.
Isn't that part of the reform that Protestantism brought into
Martin Luther warred against
Christianity?
No, he warred against the Catholic Church basically forgiving people and selling indulgences and saying the priest would, like, for this amount of money you can be forgiven for the sin. Now the church condemned this practice, but they only condemned the practice of selling the forgiveness in advance. They still believe that they have the power to forgive people instead of God doing it. So there's more to war against, but his exact issue was the selling of indulgences.
Interesting. I'm gonna hit the driveway and then we'll come back. You guys ever read the Da Vinci Code?
No, I never did.
Yes.
Some of the stuff they talked about, the flagellism the Catholics were doing in that self-harm.
Yeah, that would be the Opus Dei.
Opus Dei. That shit was wild.
Yes, punishing yourself physically to gain favor with God. Not big on that.
They do that in I think Islam too. A form of it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
All these years I thought flatulism meant something totally different.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
basically
that does mean something totally different.
because it is. All right, so how long is this book? Is this like a real book?
You can watch the movie. It's the same concept. If you're going to watch the movie, I won't spoil it for you, but it's a very simple concept and I don't agree with it. It's absolutely not biblical.
So the book, I don't care about the movie. I care about the book, right? Do you think so? So you don't agree with the book?
I don't agree with the concept of what he's saying. He's can I tell you what he's saying basically?
Yeah.
He's saying that Jesus Christ had sex with Mary of Mary, whichever Mary was the prostitute,
Right.
and that he created seed and had a child, and that is the Holy Grail.
Okay.
And scripturally, he had no relation with anyone. His bride.
Why was it, according to them? Why was it the Holy Grail?
I forget the aspect of why they consider that the Holy Grail, but if there's a bloodline of God on the earth, that's a big thing.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. You know what? How many pages is that?
It's probably like 400, 500 pages.
All right. It's not too bad. It's kind of a big. It's not bad. All
It's basically like a National Treasure, but with the Catholic Church.
Maybe they make a Cliff Notes for you, Riddle.
Guarantee they do. You can have Claude or someone read it to you in like 5 sentences, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry if it actually do try to read books. I'm not sure what you do these days. I'll be right back, though. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. Stigmata, plural for stigma, marks resembling the wounds of the crucified body of Christ. I don't understand the question. I'm not familiar enough with that, Gerald. You'd have to ask it differently.
What's up?
He's asking me what's my take on stigmata. I don't understand it enough. It must be a Catholic thing.
I think it's bleeding from the eyes and orifices of different statues.
Oh.
As far as I understand.
I think people have claimed they have seen it on statues and inanimate objects. And then maybe it's just proclaimed a miracle, or I don't really know.
If the purpose of these people saying that they saw these things was to try and get something to happen and influence something, that would be the point of it. I think I believe in the scripture, and I don't need to see a statue bleed blood to understand what is asked of me and what's coming.
Yeah, that's a solid way to look at it. In other words, for me, that equates to it's complete BS. That there ain't no statue that's bleeding. It has nothing to do with anything. It's an arbitrary thing in some random place for some statue to bleed, and then to tie it into Christianity and history. It doesn't make any sense, you know.
Yeah, I don't. I've never personally experienced it. I'd have to experience that through YouTube, basically.
Yeah, it's similar to like the apparitions they saw in Spain. Some of these girls, some 100 years ago, saw the Virgin Mary appear in the sky or some shit on a post or whatever, you know. Over
Right.
the
Jesus on the. Did you guys see that Jesus on the toast that one time?
Yeah.
It was that shit was crazy.
What did
Great
they get?
day.
Was it? Did they build them a cathedral somewhere for that, or what?
You got moldy. That's what happened.
That's all. It's just got
I
moldy.
don't know. I mean, I feel bad saying it, but somebody should have just buttered it and eaten it. It's a piece of toast. For
I
Yeah.
think that I believe in Jesus the Christ, not Jesus the crust. That's the closest I
There
can.
you go.
Oh yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Well played. Quite an edgy joke for a man of the cloth as yourself.
Yeah,
If-
you are.
I'm respecting Christ. If I was disrespecting God and with my jokes, then definitely call me out.
No, you're right.
The,
According to
JC
your-
could have a laugh. JC could have a laugh at himself. He was a good dude.
did you guys see that dog? That dog's ass that looked like Christ.
I have not.
No.
You have a picture of it?
Nathan lived always
Thank you.
pushing the boundaries.
Scum has an interesting relationship with Jesus too. He has a following of people that hang out with him all the time, and he's actually a catalyst to give all of these individuals a place to enjoy a positive experience, which I think is Christ-like in a sense, even if we have different understandings. And he has his Jesus candle that he'll light up, and I think it's trolling, but at the same time, it could be like a reverence thing. I don't know.
Isn't the communion wafer symbolism for the body of Christ?
Yes.
Yes, people use that. It's also traditional Baal worship. It's a Baal. It's a solar disc thing.
Oh.
But yes, people in different faiths have different beliefs. Catholics believe it literally becomes the body of Christ, and then they sacrifice it.
But it'd
So
be
you
awesome if they did toast instead of communion wafers, and the priest got a piece of toast, getting ready to give it out, saying the body of Christ, and then he says, "Holy shit! It really is Christ."
Is that the
It
Jesus
would be more
Yeah, I
fulfilling.
know it's a little washed out. It's a little.
That's a funny
washed out.
joke, guys. You're supposed to laugh.
There,
Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
That's right.
There you go. Riddle gets it.
That's the dog's
Hey,
ass is
you know.
Jesus. You see, it's really believable.
I
mean,
See, look, last there. See,
you only have it on your phone.
If that led
Well, I can
led
send-
somebody, if that led somebody
There's
to
the-
Christ,
What,
I
There's
mean,
what the fuck
good
are
for
you even
them.
showing
But
us right now, Aphid? What is that?
Jesus.
what's the dog's butthole?
Jesus appeared on
It's
a
an
looks like
Aphid's ass?
possibly
Is that what it
a
is?
golden retriever.
He could be doing that. I'm not quite sure.
I have no idea what the hell that was.
Are you clandestinely showing us your own butthole, Aphid?
If you type like I just did, dog Jesus butt, you will see it plain as day.
No, thank you. I don't need that in my algorithm.
I
I'm good.
think we've seen enough
This is
dog anus on the pub tonight.
yeah.
Well,
I think it's not been enough.
You know what?
He
That's a
needs-
good
he
name for a
needs a
band.
lot
You know
maybe
what,
we should-
Nate?
maybe we should spend
You know
a little
what,
more
Nate?
time on this subject.
Oh yeah. Let's have you take the reins for everything, right?
Well,
Right, East
it
one
wouldn't be a
looks-
bad idea.
Okay, good. What do you want to do? What are you talking about, Aphid?
I know, right? Put the dog anus up on one of
Yeah.
the monitors and
Just-
let us just worship it.
What do you want to talk about, Aphid?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Play it on the
No.
phone.
Aphid, this is specifically you. Let's go.
Oh
What
yeah.
do you want to talk about?
Well, interesting enough, it has to do with you, Riddle. I came on
Oh.
here when you guys first joined and started the old show tonight, and before I went outside and enjoyed such a lovely sunset with mild temperatures. There it is. There it is.
Is that your
Riddle, you
asshole
said-
or what?
That right there. I wish
Yeah,
that was
'cause
my asshole. That's
He
a nice
looks
looking
like a
asshole.
small tan dog when he bends over. That's clearly him.
Yeah, that's clearly a bitch right
And-
there.
And he has a tail.
Clearly, that's a
Riddle.
bitch.
You had said that. I
No, it's
feel
literally
like you
female
were
dogs, bitch.
you were out. You've been trying to not consume yourself with politics or something so much.
Yes.
And it gave me the idea we should we should do like an hour of the pub, or maybe even devote a whole night
without
and
politics.
have exactly have
Yeah.
zero politics.
I'm all for that, dude. I'm all for that.
Yeah. So I want,
Please.
and I thank you for asking me just now, because at the time I was like, oh man, I wish I was there right now. I would suggest this, but I was gonna try to remember to say it, and I would have totally forgotten unless you didn't.
Okay.
just ask.
Hey, I'm okay.
So
That's
that's
fair enough.
what's on my mind.
I completely agree with that. I think that when it comes to politics, it's what it comes down to, right? We always go down that rabbit hole, but we can talk about other stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I ask about like silly stuff, and it turns into that, but that's a consensus, and it's not me. Like I ask about like folklore, and it turned into religion.
Well, funnily enough, just a few nights ago, I had an idea about doing
I was wondering if you were going to say something.
a production meeting, on Friday nights. Doesn't even have to be streamed, but it could be. But the funny thing with StreamYard is it was invented for like large scale meetings and stuff with big companies. So it actually works. Right. I know, but it works for not streaming as well as, even though stream's in the name, it works for streaming. So we could do it.
Here's a better image.
On or off the air on Friday nights.
There, that's the one. That's the one. It's
Stop it.
unmistakably Jesus.
So his asshole
appeared
is
on that dog's
facing
ass.
Jesus.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
The two hands are one of those
Yes.
like scent glands, like
I don't
gland-
think it would be. Yeah.
This is technically not politics.
That is
so this
that is
working
the
right.
picture that I
I
was
mean, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should just stick to politics.
This is really foul. Okay,
Okay.
shut
You have
up.
your choice.
Done.
Politics or blasphemy. Which will it be?
Honestly, I would rather talk about entertainment in the like the 90s and the 80s and how it's changed. I would love to talk
now
about
you
that
know.
kind of
Now
stuff.
you know why he's here. Obviously, I'm secretly installing him as the leader of
Is a cool cult leader?
Smoke
Wow.
Steve Fun
What a
Chew, the new
Yeah, I can't shake
Korean
that one. It's-
death cult.
RW is a cool. Yeah, you know what, Scum? I mean, he's your mod, so you should probably not speak so much. But
There's
anyway,
no value to
What was the
mods
guy
on
from
here. Everybody's mods.
South Korea with the big fucking huge face who ran the cult? Something.
Japan, you mean?
man, I don't know how many. cult leaders-
Shamrikyu or
That's it. You got it. Yes. Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah, never reverse Last Dance in trivia. It's not even worth playing.
Yeah, they did the sarin attack on the
Yes.
subways. That
the
was crazy.
Japanese subway. Yeah.
Is Bay still alive?
He's probably
Well,
out.
it's like 4 a.m. where he is. So
I'm sure he's alive.
We're his ASMR sleeping time.
He's ordering a fucking egg and cheese on whatever a sandwich.
Next
bun.
mod when the Scum is right.
Bangers,
You know what?
Bangers, and
You know what?
toast or
I'm
something.
gonna hold you to that, Scum. I will. Next time I join your chat, you better not ignore me this time.
Are you ever going to join his chat again? I don't believe it. I don't believe you. I think you're. I don't know. I don't. You said you would a couple times. You never came. So
Oh, really?
I think you're avoiding. me.
How do you know that? Have
I
you
think
seen
you're
me do it?
avoiding. Unless you're. I mean, if you're. What do they call it? Lurking.
How do you know that?
Because you
Scum?
haven't chatted. You didn't
Let
say
me
anything.
tell you this: Scum is
Oh.
the type of guy who will run a live stream for like a half hour with no audio when everyone's screaming, turn the audio on, and he knows the audio is off, and he keeps doing it.
Oh, did
just
you
to
ban you?
fuck with you.
Why the fuck?
And
I didn't
he
do
just-
shit.
RW banned me from the chat. Why would you do that?
I
What
think
happened?
he's stirring pots, bro. He's full of shit.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I have
Alright,
never
whatever.
performed one mod action on his.
Hey, by the
stream
way, you know
in
what?
its entirety.
Just to clear the air,
you're a mod on there, RW.
I am
Mother-
a shield holder.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah, it's so important.
I know. Wow.
I'll just say this.
Do it.
I appreciate you, RW, and you and I have a history, and I apologize for everything I've ever done. It's different now. I understand why things are this way. It's fine.
Don't
But I just
you-
want to let it out here now. Just say it.
All right, that's the
You're-
one
you're
apology.
good.
Don't be an over apologer. You got
Nope,
one
that's it.
apology.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
I just want to say.
We have this space. We communicate. It's going
Yeah,
good.
I understand. We got it. It's okay. I have no ill will here. We're good. So
The will is not ill.
That's right.
yes, I just want to put that out there. I understand everything. Anyways, just saying. Okay. Gotta put that out there. Gotta put that out there. So
Scum is just fucking.
RW's calling the shots now.
All right, tonight I'm calling the shots. So tonight for Scum TV, we're having a Bible study. Everyone's welcome. Please bring your Bibles.
And boobs, Bibles and boobs.
Wait,
right?
hang on. We never got to talk about like the Canadian Hockey League I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure we won, right?
Did you
yeah,
see
they
that
don't-
classy? Did you see one of the classiest moves ever done in sports?
Yeah, that was awesome, right?
They brought out a Canadian hockey player who was killed by a drunk driver. Had a beautiful wife and a couple small children, and the American team brought out his kids for the photo shoot after. It was absolutely
Is
spectacular.
that
Damn.
Gaudreau or Johnny Gaudreau? Or
Yeah, really sad. Good kid, good family man, and great athlete. Just to get fucking cut down in the prime of his life.
I didn't know that.
And then
that's
the U.S. grabbed the kids and brought them out. It was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, good shit, man. Canada, a worthy opponent. We won. On to the next one, dude. No big deal.
Damn.
Well, I mean, Canada has to still be a sovereign nation for the next Olympics.
Yeah.
If it's America,
They are a sovereign nation. Tell that to India and China.
Tell you one thing, those fucking Canadians ain't going to forget. They're going to come with guns blazing at the next Olympics when it comes to hockey. That'll be a tough one. The last one the men won was the fucking Miracle on Ice. They made a movie out of for 1980. It's been like a really long fucking time. So that was impressive, for sure.
All right. Hey, by the way, I got a question for you guys before I go. Do you guys have any like song recommendations that like kind of moves you?
like new music or stuff that.
Like it could be like any time frame, just something that speaks to you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can I? I mean, what is it? Like, I'm just curious.
I'll play a little of it on my phone, and then I'll hold it up to the microphone.
You send a link in the
Well,
chat. Or
there's a lot of
something?
different. There's a lot of different types of speaks to you. Like get you going.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Like for example, Aphid. Like, how are you feeling right now?
How am I feeling?
Yeah. Like, how are you feeling?
I'm
Like
trying-
you and
I
I
don't
haven't.
wanna talk
You and I haven't.
I don't want to talk over his songs.
You might need to so he doesn't get a strike.
Well, I feel like it's cutting out. Oh, now I can get it. Now I
It's
can get
sound canceling.
it. Yeah, it's sound canceling itself.
All right, it's the Staple Singers. I'll take you there. Great.
Yeah, I'll
song.
take you there. Yeah.
Oh man, that fucking great vocals in that shit, dude. There you go, Riddle.
All right.
So what were you saying, Riddle? You were asking me.
Yeah. What? Yeah. So, like, what do you feel?
What do I feel?
Probably sounds stupid, right? But like, what do you feel like right now? How do you feel in life?
Oh, in life, like in
Yeah, it's
general?
kind of ridiculous.
I'm in a pretty good
question,
place.
right?
I'm in
Yeah,
a pretty good
okay.
place right now.
Totally
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Why is that a ridiculous question, though?
It's arbitrary.
So what?
I mean, it's not bad. It's
What
fine.
about you, Steve? How are you feeling? Do anybody else do we ever get to talk to each other?
Yeah.
Like what?
How
Like that's
am I
what I'm
feeling?
just asking. Yeah. Like what's the problem with me asking that?
I'm feeling mildly warm and happy because it's
Okay.
Saturday night.
Yeah. Well. All right.
Live from Boston.
What about you,
And-
Riddle? Like, is there anything on your mind when you go to bed at night? Is there anything that keeps you up, or
Absolutely, of course. But
what's-
would you
what's-
care? Why would you care about what keeps me up at
I
night?
wouldn't. I would not ask you if I didn't care.
But you just asked. So, yeah, of course, a lot of things keep me up at night. I care about a lot. I have made many mistakes in life, but I care about you.
So
guys.
right now you're pondering on your life's decisions?
Of course. Why would I not?
Do you care about Transformers?
I don't. That's not always on my mind.
CI?
Yeah, because you're comfortable, right?
Well, I am right now. I'm not always.
What do you mean? Why would you shake your head, RW?
Because Steve's trolling you. I was laughing at his troll.
Steve is trolling me. Well, I'm not talking to Steve. I'm talking to Aphid.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not like Steve is not my concern. Who I really want to talk to be honest, is Aphid.
Aphid.
Yeah, you and I do not agree on a lot of things.
Really?
I'm curious about you. Yes. Yeah.
I wouldn't think that
is that a problem.
No, but I wouldn't put you more
McCartney?
on a disagreement level percentage wise as anybody else on this panel.
I mean, you know,
I disagree with everybody.
It's good to see you. Well, okay, sure, but there's specifications about disagreements, right? Clearly that we have that. We clearly do not agree on many things. And I'm just going to put myself out there because you know what? Do you guys do that? Do you guys put yourself out there? No, you guys are comfortable in what your life is. It's fine. I understand.
Oh, I don't know what you mean by put yourself out there, but I feel like
by being honest,
sure.
I'm telling you, you just asked, right? You asked what's going on in my life, right?
Right.
Only because I asked you. So my question is, how are you, Aphid?
I told you I feel like I'm in a good place right now.
People are doing shots.
Respect that. It's good.
Yeah, I've not been in a good place a lot of time in my life, but right now I feel like I'm.
What got you
clear conscience?
What got you through it? Like, what got you through that?
Jesus.
Keeping my head
is
to the
that a
grindstone.
bad problem? You know what? Okay, I think this is a legitimate question for me to ask, but if I'm unknowing Steven, then I'll just go.
Why are you being condescending, bro?
I'm watching another stream.
Oh,
all I'm
well
listening
then,
to you guys.
Yeah, then you're watching something else. All right, you know what? It's okay. Hey, I love you guys, and I'll see you guys again. And I'm just gonna go. I appreciate it. Thank you,
All right,
guys.
I'll talk to you later.
Sounds
Be
good.
well.
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
Goodbye.
Well, boys.
What do you guys think? Do you want to keep it going, or I'm down with anything?
I'm in major danger of talking about politics again, so I'm just waiting for somebody else to bring up a topic that I can engage with.
I was only watching another stream just to check where they were. I wasn't like sitting here watching another stream per se. But I like whatever, RW. Politics is fine, bro. It's only 1 minute before 11, so we have time.
I mean, I know that I shouldn't really care, I guess, but what's the New York City experience right now with Mamdani is really fascinating me because he is changing stuff. So he's Muslim, and he's like hosting first ever Ramadan iftar events in like their city hall, which is great, you know, equality of religion, whatever.
It's not fucking great, dude.
Or go ahead then. What's up?
It's not great.
Why? What is your?
I won't expound, but it's not great, in my opinion.
Okay. I don't really care. Like it can be seen as like Islam is starting to take over more in the United States, and it's going to trend, and we'll do this and that. Except for the fact that he just created the LGBTQIA plus affairs office for the mayor, and appointed the first ever transgender lady dude for that. And for me, it's just blowing my mind because Islam, if Muslims get a hold of him for that, I don't think they're going to treat him too well. So this New York is like a weird experience for me. I'm just curious if you guys are paying attention to that at all, or have any thoughts or anything.
So you think he's faking it as a Muslim?
It doesn't make sense if he was a true blue Muslim to do something like that.
And he's sticking more to the Democratic or Democrat small d idea of all the gay shit over his religion.
He's willing to run on that ticket and install those offices supporting that group of people with leaders from that group of people.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I personally am in support of them as well. I don't really care what any adult's sexual orientation is, so that's fine. But you're saying your question is like more about how what he seems to be doing doesn't align with Islam.
Absolutely. That's absolutely what I'm saying.
It's an interesting concept.
So it's basically a liberal Muslim.
So he's a bad Muslim and a bad mayor.
I just don't I don't know what to say. His enactment of this new office run by the first trans person ever, his support of that and creation of that, I can't see Islam not responding to that.
Well, it's not a scenario where Islam has any influence on the government, so it won't really matter.
But they do have individuals living within New York City that may like to throw more things.
Yeah, but I mean, he was voted in. They'll take any one of their type of good or not over anyone else. So I don't think, unless he has a really major misstep politically, I don't think.
Isn't this one?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I could be confused, but I would think that amongst the conservative Muslim faith, they're going to push hard against this. Well, this just happened, so by next week, I'm sure there'll be an instance that I'll get to talk about, but it's just very interesting to me.
In your argument here, I'm sure you've looked up what percentage of the voting population in NYC is of that religion. Because that would have a huge bearing on this.
I'm pulling a number real quick. 9%.
So
that translates to 750,000 individuals.
That's not tiny. It's
not tiny.
Somewhat significant, but not enough. And how much did he? What was the election that he won by?
Oh, I think it was one of those 50-50 things.
So let's get the number of votes versus votes. And remember, you said 700K for Muslims in New York.
He won with 50.78 of the vote. Like literally 50-50.
Does it give numbers?
The selection marked a significant turnout with 2 million votes cast.
Okay, so 50% would have been
1 million.
1 million, yeah. You said 700,000 Muslim voters, so that's the lion's share of voters on, one would assume, his side would have been Muslim.
I would think so, but this is an experience where like MAGA, all the MAGA people supported Trump, right? And then the Epstein file debacle and going to war, and there's things that are happening where the MAGA base is kind of like, I don't like that. Even though I'm all for it, I'm kind of not for it as much now. I'm watching Mamdani do things where I would think his voter base that was all for him is kind of looking at him now and going, what the fuck did you just do that for? So,
well, then he won't win next time. That's how elections work.
I don't think that, but I don't even think it matters. Like all the damage can be done by then. And the other interesting thing were the Antifa members that all got convicted. Did you guys hear about all 9 members of Antifa that were found guilty for terrorism charges?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear about that. Where was
Yeah.
the trial?
The DOJ in Texas.
What
So
was the event that
it
happened?
was. I'm gonna have to look this up, but I believe it's when those two National Guard guys got hit. One got shot in the neck. One got shot in the
I
head.
don't think he was National Guard. I think he was a police officer.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to say it wrong. It was an event in 2025.
Okay.
Yeah, they basically attacked federal agents and police officers. And,
Were they? This was a federal trial then?
Yes.
By the DOJ.
Oh man! So they don't have parole at the federal.
They're fucked. They're going to get like multiple years in jail each. Maybe still in the single digits but some of them are going to get double digits. It's not good.
Do you remember not long
Thank
ago?
God, thank God it is good for us Americans. It's not
good for them.
Yeah.
Do you remember the debate happening a few months ago where people were saying, what is Antifa? I mean, define Antifa. You're going after Antifa, but Antifa doesn't exist. Do you remember that debate?
Yeah, I remember that stupid debate.
So this is they're saying this is huge because it's the first terrorism trial against Antifa members in U.S. history. So Antifa is literally being defined through this, and people are being brought as terrorists in that group. So I'm curious if there's going to be more debate that these people are unjustly tried because there is no Antifa. I just haven't heard that yet.
They're being tried for what they did, not for what they call themselves.
Right.
Okay. I would have to look into that to see if there's actually more connection than just their actions.
Exactly. Antifa in and of itself is not going to be designated as a terrorist organization, but I think they're going to be on the radar, obviously, here, especially under this administration. If it changes, then Antifa is going to be A-OK, probably under a Democrat thing, which is sad, but kind of the reality of it,
On a non-political front, on a science front, I'm guessing you guys have seen that they mapped a fruit fly's brain and put it in a simulation.
No, I didn't hear about that.
So they basically mapped like 52 neurons or whatever it was and took that print of the brain and put it into a simulation of a fruit fly in this world, and the fruit fly walked around and looked for food.
Okay.
So
pretty cool.
If they have the ability to actually map brain patterns and install that copy into a simulacrum or whatever the hell you call it.
Android.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally. I mean, that's 52 neuron fires. I don't know how many the human brain has. It's probably in the billions. But
exactly.
It depends on the brain.
I mean, some people might be danger close to 52, so they'll be the case studies.
If you had a brain of, say, a person named Abby something,
Abby and normal,
normal, then yes, there might be a few less. But for the average brain, yeah, I will not be angry. I absolutely love Young Frankenstein.
I'm not familiar with that movie. I know it exists. That's not the guy from. That's not Gene Wilder, is it?
It is.
Okay. He's a fantastic actor. He's missed.
Very good. Very good. And that's when Igor says, well, I'll tell you if you promise that you won't be angry. And then he says, I will not be angry. But he's like already angry. It's fucking just subtle and brilliant. When you're watching it the first time, you don't get it. It's one of those movies you can watch 3 times and then you really are getting the humor, the simple, dumb little things.
I don't think I've ever seen a movie with Gene Wilder that I didn't think was magical.
Yeah, he did well. And had good chemistry with the other actors. Like what is the Wild West one?
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles. Him and the black sheriff or the black deputy. Those guys were fun. Sheriff.
the new sheriff is a dang.
And it wasn't canceled, man. They took Dr. Seuss, but they didn't take that, so that's good.
Oh, very funny. And when they're smoking the joint in the fucking, I don't know, in the jail area, there. Oh God, that scene is hilarious, man.
There was a movie with Richard Pryor on a train where they're on a train.
Silver Streak.
You got the color wrong. Blue Streak.
Uh-oh.
No, I do not think I'm incorrect there.
Silver Streak sounds right.
I think it's Silver Streak.
Blue Streak is the movie with Martin Lawrence.
I think I'm thinking of Brown Streak. It was in my shorts.
Brown Streak.
Probably more accurate.
That
Silver Street.
That was a lowbrow joke. Sorry about the brown in the shorts.
No, it was awesome.
That was
1976. Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor in Silver Streak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, classic. I loved it.
Oh,
how about
they were
the
great?
one where
they were great together.
There's another one where one of them's deaf and one of them's blind, and I think it's called "Hear No Evil, See No Evil."
We said Blue 3 times and Blue popped in. So that's
wow. That's how easy it is, huh?
Beetlejuice.
We should have done that earlier.
Look who it is.
Bonjour.
Oh.
Bonjour.
Quebec. I forgot. You speak French.
Gentlemen, how are you?
How are
All
you?
right.
Good to see you. Good to see you there.
Scum.
Good to see you, my neighbors. Hope all
We
is
didn't frustrate you in the chat today, did we?
Me? Oh, I mastered the live streams. I don't know if that's possible. I guess it is. I'm human.
Okay. I'll try harder next time.
Stir Crazy. That's the other one.
Yeah. Great actor that who were we talking about? Gene Hackman?
Gene Wilder, dude.
Sorry.
See no evil, hear no evil. You are correct.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh,
Great.
Have you guys watched anything interesting? I'm watching the Fallout season 2. It's not bad actually.
Yeah, we watched like the first episode or two of that, and we never came back to it. Is it worth sticking out?
If you like the lore of Fallout, it's fantastic, and I think it's actually creating new knowledge in that lore. So I like it.
We have all the games, that's for sure.
Even the Fallout 1 and 2.
Let me see which ones I have. I don't claim to have every single one, but we do have several.
The PC versions 1 and 2 are very difficult, like their interface.
Nerd alert.
Yeah.
Games.
We have 4 and 76. Both for X. I thought we had earlier versions.
3 and 4 are awesome. 4 is fantastic.
We have 4 and then 76.
I've never done that one, but I think it's still popular. I think it's still got servers that are populated.
What were the last few days of Hackman's life before? I just want to get that out there.
Oh god, it had to be horrible. Because he was alive after she died, so he was just like,
she died first, right?
Yes.
And he couldn't take care of himself.
That's right.
So he just
dementia.
Basically died of thirst, I would imagine.
Probably, yes. And the dog was dead too. Oh, horrible.
What was it? Was a rat virus or
one was I think still alive.
Norovirus.
It's a rare disease.
Hantavirus, I bet.
It's usually get it from mice. Rat or mouse dropping.
Yeah, that's hantavirus.
Yes.
It's a form of hemorrhagic fever, which is really not good.
Oh.
Yeah, the brain bleeding is usually bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe, I think it's usually transmitted through, filth, basically, which their house wasn't the cleanest in the world, but the pictures and videos I've seen of their house, it wasn't as bad as I originally thought. It seems like a normal, everybody's been to the house where the people don't pick up their shit,
I mean,
dude, I would say of the whatever, say like fucking probably 200 million homes in America and apartments, who knows, 500 million, whatever. I'd say fucking 60% of them at least have mice or mouse droppings in them. Hundreds of millions of homes. Extremely common. In
Like
fact,
in the
everybody here
world?
on the stream probably has mouse.
Or
mouse.
at times.
Yeah.
I don't know,
It's-
man.
What do you mean you don't know? You live in
I
a
don't
fucking
know.
farm. You got 7 billion mice.
Not
trying to
in the
get
house.
in.
Not in the house. We have
Yeah.
standards, sir.
Do you have cats?
We have cats at the barn. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No, we don't have cats.
I run an IPS, an integrated pest management system here, you know, and I catch a mouse here and there.
I don't know what. I mean, we do spray stuff around the house periodically, but I think that's more for bugs. Even I don't know why there are no mice in this house. To tell you the truth.
You don't
I can
think
tell you.
that.
I can tell you guys a mouse in
There are.
a mouse in the house story that is, you know, little telling of myself. I've heard people say how, you know, traumatic events happen in their life and they block it out of their memory.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
and I've not ever really understood that. So I kind of thought it was bullshit, but it actually happened to me, and it involves a mouse. And we had one when I was growing up, and I was a teenager, and my brother was probably in his early 20s, so I was a late teenager, and it was a baby, and in our basement, a third of my basement is HO train set from my father. He really, in the wintertime, you know, in the summer it was drag racing. In the wintertime, his hobby was building on this, you know, massive train set in our basement. And
Where's the baby come in? What kind of baby? A human
well,
baby?
the mouse baby
mouse.
had dropped from our ceiling. It was underneath our sink in our kitchen, and it shoot through a hole, you know, where a pipe is or something. It had fallen and died and landed on, like, you know, the train tracks, basically, in
Nice.
whatever small town, you know, my dad had constructed and named and had cue cards, you know, very, very intricate train set. And the mouse was injured but not dead, and it was a baby mouse. Well, I took the mouse, and I was trying to think of a reasonable way of killing it without, you know, going through the trauma of killing it, you know. And my stupid idea was to put it in a brown paper lunch bag and light it on fire and throw it in my backyard. And it wasn't until probably 15 years after this event happened that my brother reminded me of how fucked up it was when I tried to
How
kill
old were
that
you
mouse.
when you lit the mouse on fire?
Probably, I would have to guess between 17 to 19 range.
Jesus
Sometimes then.
Christ! I thought you
Wow.
were going to say 4 years old.
No, I
What
know,
kind of
I
an
know.
adult comes up with an idea.
I don't
to
know
light
what
a
I
mouse
was.
on
I
fire?
You
don't know
got
what I
you
was
got a lot
thinking.
smarter after that.
Right. I don't know what I was thinking. And I remember as soon as the bag caught on fire, my instant regret of choosing this decision to destroy of this mouse. And my brother was there and witnessed this. And I totally put that, probably weeks, if not days after that event happened, I had blocked out that memory from my mind until he reminded me like 15, 20 years later. I was shocked. I was like, holy shit, when you're telling me this, and I can't even imagine me doing something like this. And it dawned on me and came back to my memory. And I was like, fuck, that really did happen.
You remember when ISIS,
Interesting, Blue.
that Jordanian pilot,
Yep.
bailed out, and for some reason, I guess his plane was hit, and
Yeah.
ISIS captured him, and they burned him alive. Were you looking at that aphid lip and saying, "Yeah, that's how you do it. That's the right way"?
I don't know what I was thinking, but the thought of having to kill that mouse, you know, I would struggle with now, you know, even in my older years, just because like we have a mole problem, and
Can I just
the best way?
I'm going to want to ask a real quick question. We'll
Sure.
go right back to the mole story. Last Dance. What religion were the people who burned him to death?
I forget.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Continue.
I think they might have been Jewish, if I remember.
They were
correctly.
Jews. Oh, yeah. Maybe Irish.
They could have been Irish.
O'Malley,
Yes.
and McSwiggins were out
O'Shaughnessy,
burning guys to death, and also dunking them into swimming pools. And
yes, they are.
That's clearly just your old Catholic boys, your old.
It was a swimming pool accident. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
Don't blame them.
All right, if you go ahead and continue.
This isn't the Clinton Foundation last
Well, the killing of the moles bothers me, and the best way I found to get them is to flood them out with a hose, taking the high ground and watching their fresh tracks. And
the high ground, Annie.
It seems to be the most efficient way of tracking down moles. But once they get above ground, it's hard for me to use the axe that I use. Or a pitchfork. I also have a pitchfork. Mainly the axe though, because I can get a pretty good vicinity, and then I go hog wild. I go hog wild when I see, just instantly chopping front, back, trying to keep them from escaping.
Damn.
But once they get above ground, I have a hard time with swinging that axe, and usually I take them up a few sewers and throw them in this sewer. I'm like, there's a slight chance, they can make it to the end of that pipe and find some other yard.
What's the matter with you?
Up.
Maybe you should have somebody else do these things.
Do you hit them with the axe and then
that would cost money though? Last Dance, come on.
Not if you explain, like you go to the PETA and explain what you're going to do. They'll do it for free. They'll take it off your hands.
$200 to have somebody come in every couple of weeks and do this for you.
I cannot see paying $200 every couple of weeks for somebody to do that.
So nobody's showing up at any house any day for any fucking thing for less than $200 to $250 these days.
Right.
Let me ask you this. I had a bat in my house. Must have come in through the chimney that I left the flue open. It was a big bat. I mean, it wasn't giant, but it was bigger than the little bats we'd see.
3 count.
Let's just clarify the bat. It was a medium bat.
Medium bat. That's the best way to put it. I actually tried to catch this bat for a while. I used like a blanket and like held it up and tried to snare it. And I felt like I was getting close, but eventually I ran out of gas and the bat flew up into a corner section of the family room.
Nice.
And I just said, I'm not going to go up there. I got a vision of me leaning over the railing, falling over, breaking my neck, and then the bat landing on my head. So I called somebody, a specialist, and what he did is he put on a big glove. He walked up. The bat didn't move. He just grabbed the bat with his hand, leaned over, and that was it. And I had to pay him like $200, but I was happy to.
Right.
Yeah. Did you?
And then you released it right outside so it could do it again. Repeat customer.
As a man of
yes, it bothered me.
Did you ask him what would happen to the bat?
Yeah, he told me what would happen.
Euthanasia?
He says they have to. They have to have them tested for rabies,
which kills them.
Yes.
Yes.
Did it have the rabies?
Why not just kill them? Like, what's the point? It had rabies, yes.
Because they have to know if it had rabies. Then, if Last Dance got bit by the thing, or
if he got bit,
nicked.
No.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't take much.
When they look at that bat brain and blood under the microscope, the rabies shows up as bright green. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy how this thing is so obvious when they do it under lab microscopes. I had never. I just learned this recently. Rabies research. Gotta have it. It's everywhere here.
Very well-rounded knowledge.
It reminds me of the story of Johnny Depp with his dumb little fucking dogs when he brought them to Australia.
What?
And they were going to kill the dogs. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I didn't remember they were going to kill were they going to kill them?
Well, that's the rule.
Then why would you bring them?
I don't know. They don't have rabies in Australia, so they're like, it's a huge ban on bringing animals there.
Or
Usually
mammals.
the ban is just a very expensive paper trail.
I don't know. You live
Johnny
there.
could have covered.
So I assume even a certified rabies vaccination won't help.
I don't think so. I don't think so. What is Gerald saying? That looks like a big thing. I'm gonna go urinate. You got,
I think he's talking to me because there's a
He is.
APHI.
A5.
Yes, Dawn has the flying fox bats that smell like skunks where they nest. Their feces reeks like skunks.
Huh.
Well, I don't miss those bats.
I'm sure Australian bats are poisonous and have 5 heads and are as big as a house.
And they're known to rape individuals, so you have to stay away from them.
Yes.
Does anybody understand what Gerald's telling me there? He says to get rid of moles, put freshly picked stinging nettles.
That's a plant that's a weed in many places. It's the kind where if you brush against it, it stings like a bitch.
I guess you
What
put
do
it
I do with
along their track, and if it runs into it, that'd be the end of it.
Huh.
I just put those spring traps. So my grandfather.
I got those. Yeah.
Yeah. There's different levels and different qualities, but if they are running those trails, you'll get them.
Well, I just feel like those stinging things. I just feel like there's a danger that one of my dogs is gonna, get its foot caught in that thing somehow or something.
Oh, the snap.
It's probably not that harmful to dogs, but I would definitely check that first.
I mean, that thing's brutal. Like when you pull it back, like it's got some force behind it. That spring ain't no joke.
Yeah, the ones that you put that are like scissors that you put down in the tunnel and then bury a little bit. Those ones from like the 80s. My grandfather's traps are brutal, bro.
Mine is like you pull the thing up, and then there's a little plate at the bottom,
right,
that will go into the notch to keep the spring from going down, and the spring has 6 spikes on it.
Right.
Well, that metal plate rests on the ground, so when you set it, it's very sensitive to whenever that ground moves, it's gonna trip that mechanism, and it's gonna shoot the spikes down into the ground.
And
I
you know
can
how
just see my
sensitive it is.
dog's pawing at it or something,
Right.
and then it's gonna, the spikes are already resting on the ground, the dirt, but the spikes are connected to another plate that's above it, and I could just
Right.
see my dog's paw getting,
Right. And
clipped by it.
I don't really like those traps because they're so hard to set because that trip panel is so sensitive that as you go to push
Yeah.
it, it keeps tripping it.
Right.
So
I mean, what are the natural enemies of a mole? All I could think of, the only thing to get down there would be a snake.
Oh,
coyote.
yeah.
cat.
Oh, will they dig?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe
And certain
coyotes and
dogs.
foxes, maybe.
Yep.
Dogs.
Yeah, fox, dogs, coyote.
Bobcat.
If
My
they
favorite- I've
ever are scurrying across the ground at night, of owl for sure.
Okay, sure, an owl.
If they're ever visible, a fucking owl would be on that shit.
Yeah, we got owls, barred owls.
Bard?
They're badass.
Oh.
But my dog, like, it fucks with my dog. It knows my property line. And it'll go from one tree at the very edge of this side to this tree at the very edge of the side and just keep going back and forth. And my dog just goes batshit crazy all night, And it's so dark out there, you don't hear anything because those bats, their wings don't make any noise. It's just like a dark
Owls.
shadow. The owl. The owl is just a dark shadow that travels from one side of my yard to the other, back and forth, just fuck with my dog all night.
I mean,
Did you ever
we all
see
know
the
Bobby.
video that those people made of the owls compared to hawks and falcons for noise? And they showed them flying through a room with high def microphones.
Yeah, which one was quieter?
Yeah, and the owl is fucking silent, dude.
I
The
know, dude.
Hawks are making all kinds of ruckus. Hawks are like fighter jets. They're just blasting.
Yeah, they're speed, man. They can come down and
Crazy.
just fucking snag that shit. But the owl is just like you know, just like nothing, dude.
Silent death. It's a stealth bomber, man. It's just like nobody sees it coming. But,
I know.
But seeing it with that video and the microphones, I was like, damn, that shit really is quiet, because there's absolutely no audible sound when it was flying, which is really wild.
Do you guys have skunks that come into your yard and dig their little cones in the ground for bugs?
I don't have them that dig because I think probably because I have dogs, you know.
Okay.
Lowers the chance of a skunk thinking my backyard is a good place to start a family.
Okay.
I never see them.
You never see them, but you see the result in the yard.
No, I smell them the next morning. Their scent lingers just
only if they
forever.
pop off.
I don't know. I could smell them for.
It was probably about 2 summers ago. We had my niece and nephew, and I'm sure I told you guys at the time, those who remember, but we were having my niece and nephew over for, you know, they were in town, you know, they're well into their 20s now, but since they were little kids, we would have them over and watch movies and pop popcorn or whatever, you know. So when they get together, we try to get them all over here. And I had the projector set up, you know, we're going to watch a movie out in the backyard. You know, that's always the big highlight of the night, is we watch some movie. And everything was set up. I filled up all the tiki torches and everything. And Chip, right after dinner, before we started the movie, was out there. And all of a sudden he makes some weird noise, and I can instantly smell that. And it's fucking intense if it's that close to where you think you're gonna spend some time. And he came over to me, and it was so, oh my god, it was hard to get him clean because he was totally sprayed. It lasted
smells like pepper
a month probably. Yeah, it's strong on the nose, dude.
Do you agree that it's more like a black pepper almost?
Well, I will agree that, like, when you're driving in your car and you come across a skunk smell, that's one level of a skunk.
Right.
There's a totally other level that is so much more intense when you were like involved with the skunk smell.
Right. I agree.
The what?
Skunk. Yeah.
Sorry, that first word was a bit of a fluke.
Yeah, it was.
It burns your fucking nose, dude, when you get a real dose of it up close. It won't leave your throat. It's a fucking like,
yeah, dude. It's like
coats your
there's
shit,
there's
dude. It's gross.
several senses that it crosses over into.
Yeah,
you can tame raccoons. So not Eastwind. Dawn had a question of what is the best way to smoke boneless chicken thigh? Was it?
Yeah, I answered.
You guys probably know.
Pound them somewhat thin, smoke them, and then after they're done smoking, I would hit them with a light bit of olive oil and then season them and then grill them. So you're gonna have like twice cooked.
But how are you smoking?
What
are you smoking that in?
Up that skin a little bit.
She had a smoke. That's her level.
Oh, okay.
If it's got, I will say, if it's got skin on it, well, any kind of chicken.
She said boneless, skinless, bro.
Oh, skinless. Okay, because slow and low with some skin is a no go for me.
I don't like the skin on those things. Skin's gross.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep, I'm in agreement. So I have the new best recipe ever. So it's about.
Oh, let's hear it.
Like the real way Italians make their Sunday marinara sauce.
Oh, tell me.
I discovered this over years of learning. So you got to get like, you know what they call country style ribs, like on the bone.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's actually like the end of the pork loin, but they leave some of the ribs attached. You can throw them on the grill. They're still good. It has a bone in it. It's kind of like a hybrid between a pork chop and a real like baby back rib, but
right.
It doesn't
definitely
need
more loiny.
More loiny, yes.
Loiny. Yummy.
So you take like 6 or 8 of those and cut up some mushrooms and onions and throw them in all in a big oven safe saute pan. Saute them up on both sides. Put it in the oven with beef broth at like 300 to 325. You're going to braise those ribs, onions, mushrooms, and seasonings for like 2 hours. Then you take them out. You try to pick out as many of the ribs as you can, like the actual bone part.
Yeah.
And then you're going to add your tomato sauce to that. And in a separate pan, if you want to brown up some meatballs, just so they're brown on the outside, not cooked, still raw in the middle, brown up a little sausage, Italian, of course. Throw that in the Sunday gravy, and then cook the whole thing on the stovetop for like maybe an hour. And that's got to have like an addition of really good quality tomato sauce, whatever you use. And then that whole thing cooks, and it's fucking dank, dude, at the end.
So like you're making a ragu more than a sauce.
Well, the meatballs and sausage are still going to be like form because
you described the ragu. That's the ragu, man. Yeah.
It's a ragu, but the meatball and sausage are browned in another pan and then put in to finish cooking in the sauce. So they're still going to have a form to them. But then the pork that you cooked earlier and has been sitting in this thing for like 3 hours at this point is going to be just falling apart. And it's absolutely delicious, dude.
That sounds good, dude.
Is off the
Great for any vegan gathering.
It's really good. Like, dudes will like it, chicks won't. That's the way I look at that. Chicks don't like that, like, you know, super meaty type stuff. Or Last Dance. Sorry.
Poor Last Dance. You got scummed, eh? Going on about the sausage and the meatballs, the ribs.
When he outlives us all, he'll still be laughing.
He's a good guy like that.
You haven't had any whiskey, have you, tonight, Last Dance?
No, I had a little bit.
Okay. What is your bottle anyway these days?
It's this Irish whiskey, Teeling.
Okay. That's lasted you a while, yeah?
Yeah.
It seems like the bottle's kind of thick, though, so I don't know if that's a normal volume of whiskey.
No, I think it's the same volume as everyone else.
Okay.
750, right?
750 milliliters, yeah.
Hey, you don't do Southern Comfort anymore up there, do you, Auntie? I can't remember, or was it Jim Beam? I think it was Jim Beam.
Jim Beam? Yeah, I can't get Tennessee whiskeys anymore.
I thought they canceled that ban. I thought that was gone.
No.
Okay. Never mind. Crown Royal, baby.
What's your whiskey of choice, dude?
I've been drinking Bushmills Irish whiskey and some Crown Royal even there, and I've been drinking Glenlivet lately, the Founders Reserve.
Sounds fancy.
Liking it?
I like
I
Glenlivet.
bought it a few times. Probably the third time I bought it. I like the Glenlivet 12-year and the Founders Reserve, those two.
Very nice.
It's good stuff, man. I need like a shot at least once or twice or 3 times a week, probably. Used to be every day, but now I'm getting older.
Fair enough, man.
Uh-oh.
Now it might just be on the weekends, you know.
12 beers will take me out for like 2 weeks. So. It's entertaining though while it lasts, but after
RW, you got hammered on my panel like a week ago.
Yeah, you're welcome.
RW was pounding the cans. He's like, I'm getting another can. Like every 20 minutes.
Those were Yingling Lights.
You got any in the fridge tonight?
No, it'll take me another week or 2 before I can go at it again.
Well, tell me when. I want to be around.
RW, everyone wants to drink with you, man. You got to set up a schedule. Once a month, you're going to drink with us.
Notify us. Then we can all have a big fucking party.
RW gets drunk live on the pub, man.
Maybe I'll help you christen your Friday night drunk tank or whatever you do.
Last Dance. Wah, wah.
I think he spelled babies wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, Glenfiddich is all right if you can get a good year. It's a year-to-year quality thing. Wow. That's a little more rare with scotches and whiskeys.
Like, what are you guys spending for the bottles? Like, if it's Jim Beam or whatever, that stuff's like what, $40 a bottle. But if you have like
No. Jim Beam's like would be down here like 23.
Oh, okay.
The Jim Beam's like 30. It's like with the dollar difference, same price as what Steve
Same
paid.
price, yeah, $7.
It's way more than I thought. Maybe I'm thinking of a bigger bottle or something.
Glenlivet, you're talking like 75 and up for a same
Okay.
size bottle as the Jim Beam. Yeah.
Because
I
even the
only
one
buy it like once a year, man, and I nurse it for months. You know,
Right.
it lasts me months.
I'm just surprised of how expensive the bottles are that they have out on the shelf. Because there's like the really expensive ones behind the locked glass and everything. Even the ones that are top shelf out, those are like close to $200.
Yeah,
that's a lot of coin for 750 mil.
You pay for age most of the time, yeah. So anything that's over like 12 years usually costs quite a bit.
It can't really taste that much better. I just have trouble believing that. Like it's just more expensive.
They just make them for whiskey dorks and whiskey snobs, I think. Yeah.
Oh, the collector's thing.
There's a lot of
the
them
rich
right
people
now.
go, this one's so much better because it's 5,000 a bottle. You know?
Yeah, but there's so many of those right now. It's like a huge fad. And
Yeah.
one of the biggest dicks on the block when it comes to bourbon, at least, is Happy Van Winkle. That shit is going for like crazy money. And it's comical because like real whiskey drinkers laugh at these idiots paying $3,000 to $5,000 a bottle
Damn.
for the stuff that is, if anything, you could say at par with some other really fine whiskeys you could get for like $300 to $500 a bottle.
I mean,
It's
are they
just-
at least putting them in like real crystal bottles or some shit at that price?
Not crystal
No.
per se, but really nice glassware. Yes.
Nice Pyrex. Like,
Most I ever paid was $120 for like a fifth of whiskey, and it was Glen, or what was it? No, sorry, Chivas Regal 18 year.
Pyrex is a brand made by Corningware. RW.
I know. I was just being an ass. Wasn't it?
If you want to mention that type of glass, it's called Bore Silicate. It is great glass, and nobody
It is
makes
great
glass. No one makes good glass out of that.
I,
Except for,
I'll, mo-
you know,
most of the
because
flasks
you're-
and
you come
beakers
from
in
a-
my life were Corning.
yeah, I know you come from a chemistry background, so
Well, that makes me sound like a meth dealer, but biotechnology, yes.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I
We're
know.
good.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a
Maybe
chef. What are you
I
talking
do.
about? What do you mean? No. Don't do drugs, guys. Drugs are bad. Are you going to drink your eggnog this year, Aphid? Are we all going to be around for the christening of the eggnog?
No, I don't. I still don't think I've ever tried the eggnog. Just, it's a gift, so you feel obligated to keep it on your liquor shelf for a while until you are like, didn't we get this shit like 5 years ago? We should probably throw it away.
Well, to me, it's
eggnog.
traditional to ask to see it every Christmas now. So
I don't think this year we received an eggnog from anybody, but I would venture to guess it's a pretty safe bet that there's some unopened bottle of eggnog.
no, not new stuff. I'm happy to see the original bottle every year, just out of nostalgia.
Oh, okay. Let me see if it's
No, wait till Christmas, buddy. No, it's all right. It's all right.
Oh,
when the
all
bottle
right.
starts to smell.
Well, you'll have to remind me because I'll
I
forget.
will. I will.
I have a bottle of Mama Juana upstairs, and I
What?
have a cake from Barbados or one of the. Which one could I grab?
You say Mama
Yeah.
Juana?
Yeah, it's some kind of crazy like booze from like the Caribbean that's not really legal here.
Like a rum or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what
Really?
you're voting for.
I'd like to try the one that's made out of the fruits from cashews from India.
That sounds gnarly, dude.
It's supposed to be delicious, but they also traditionally make it by squishing it with their dirty ass feet. So apparently that's the fermenting process.
That's
Yeah.
rough. the feed.
I tried something like that from the Philippines. It's made out of like some bark, and it's called panduay. And man, did I ever feel like shit the next day.
That would basically be like literally wood alcohol then, right?
I work with a lot of Filipinos. Like, oh, Andy Corp's a drinker. Here, you gotta try this. You know, they gave me a bottle. I'm like, yeah, I'll hit it. And the next day, I was like, I hate you guys. This stuff's terrible, man.
Yeah, we in America we kind of shy away from wood grain.
This reminds me heavily of the two women in the news broadcast who were like stomping grapes on top of a picnic table. And the woman tumbles forward and fucking like, do you guys ever seen this video?
I have seen it, yeah.
She's like, will knock the wind out of herself and making all the hilarious sounds of somebody who can't breathe. Wonderful. You're the only one who's seen it? Anyone else?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
What?
It's a big tub on top of a picnic table in which they're
all right. Let's
they're
see.
stomping in it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh Jesus, it's so blurry. This must have been from 25 years ago.
I'm perfectly fine with VHS quality as evidence.
Oh my God.
Got to be Betamax for me.
Rita's watching something with me from the early '90s with the guy that played the Joker that passed away.
Cesar Romero.
No, the Australian guy.
Oh, the young guy, Heath Ledger.
I was going to say Pete Hegseth. Fucking hell, yeah, Heath Ledger. It's so terrible. It's like Hercules quality acting and everything. But she's like, and she won't even let me finish watching it with her because I've been talking so much garbage.
I couldn't stand Heath Ledger before that movie. I thought he did great in the Batman movie, but
fantastic.
Any other movies, and I cannot.
It's teeny bopper stuff. It's girl, like teenage girl crap. It's not totally what it is.
Sorry. I was laughing at the video. I was watching it. Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's funny as hell, bro. I wasn't laughing at the teenage girl thing you were talking about, which was equally creepy.
It's okay to laugh at that too. I'm okay with that. Okay. That's good.
All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Live.
What kind of grapes? These are filled with Chambourcin grapes, and the winner this Saturday, who's studying music, eating international foods, having wine tours and tastings, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop. Oh, stop.
Boom.
I can't. Stop. I can't breathe. Stop. No.
Oh, boy, I think she's actually hurt.
No, I think she is.
He must be an investigator.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Oh,
The voice, yeah, that sounded familiar.
No, I'm going to have to go to confession for laughing at that.
You guys
You'll
have
be very confused when you show up there, Last Dance.
I've seen that for
I'll
like
be confused
20
too.
years.
How does this work?
You're gonna have to say 6 Hale Newtons and a couple
Are you
Einstein.
sure I'm supposed to bend over? I don't remember. Nobody
What am I
suggested
sticking in the window?
That
Yeah,
was great.
exactly. Silly cow. She tried to be funny and stopped dancing or crushing, and then she fucking did a little quick, like, I'm gonna fool you.
Yeah,
And-
she definitely should never have been above 1 foot off the ground. That was
Yeah.
a bad choice.
If you need a belayer to stomp grapes, you probably should.
Yeah, her
If
inability
that was the
to stay
2020,
vertical.
we would have had belay. That's so true. The safety standards have gone through the roof. Did you climb up there with your lobster claws? No, I did not. Fuck off.
She went forward and just put her arms out. There wasn't any ability of legs or stepping forward and jumping. No, she just went from the tabletop and slammed on her face on the ground. It was absolutely terrible in the way of falling.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a
When's
good
the last
fall.
time you guys,
At least I'm
you guys
used
have all had the wind knocked out of you, right? Every last person here.
Oh yeah.
When I was little.
Right. It was that the last time. Okay. For me, the last time I remember is when I did a wheelie on my bike and then I fell backwards. That's the last. But when you have that feeling, you don't think you're breathing again. You thought you just killed yourself. Like it's a horrible experience.
I just came across, you know how on Facebook it says, 7 years ago or whatever today this event happened, and I think it was exactly 7 years ago, just this last week, that I fell on the little plastic fake snowboard sled my son had and knocked I think I broke a couple ribs, and I guess it would just happen. It was a late snow that we had. And I still to this day am suffering from that fall.
Jesus
and
Christ, dude.
it's such a just a one frame I'm standing straight up, and the next frame I slam so hard.
Yeah,
I got lucky at the last ice storm.
You caught the edge of whatever edge was downhill.
Well,
which
you
is
can see
probably
me. I'm going down the
your
hill, and you can see before it happened, I'm going back and forth, and my foot touches the ground. It's like every time I move sideways, my foot slides more and more off this board because it's not in the.
It's a
There's
piece
no
of crap, like
yes,
wall-
there's no like things
snowboard.
where you're clipped into.
Bindings.
And finally, there's enough of the bindings. There's enough of my foot that's off the edge where it touches the ground, because the ground is like half grass, half muddy grass, and half snow, and I'm going in and out of the both of them, because the hill's been so worn down at this point.
You went down so hard you cracked ribs on a
Yes.
goofy shit Walmart
Yes.
snowboard
Yes.
fucking
Yes.
ride.
And
like
my
a
wife
retard.
videotaped it
Oh my
and
God.
is laughing when when it
I
happens.
mean, you're
'cause-
supposed to
That's
save
real
that
love.
stuff for like, a kick-ass adventure, not like
yeah,
dumb fucking snowboard in the yard.
right.
Uh,
I think I've broken my ribs several times, but this time in particular, I think I broke more than one. And I was so much older in life. And at the time, I had a old Toyota Tundra, and the power steering went out on it. And instead of getting it fixed, I just drove it without power steering. And I kept getting into situations where I had to turn sharply. And turning that steering wheel with no power steering sharply when you have broken ribs is like
It probably uses the muscles that you didn't think you were using that are right there.
Right.
It would hurt
Those are
so
the power steering
bad.
muscles.
that's hilarious, dude. But not funny too.
But
So-
wiping my ass to this day, I still am a little bit sore.
Really?
And can't quite move right.
Oh, I forgot. You probably never went to the doctor because
No, I didn't go. There's nothing they can do about it. It's your rib. They can't do nothing
They
about
can
it.
charge you money to see it though.
Right. They'll just wrap you up. And same thing with toes. I've broken so many toes, you can't, there's no point going.
I'm sure your
I
toes
mean,
are very symmetrical.
literally spent $1,000 for them to tell you,
Yeah.
just take it easy and
Yeah. I don't think I can now.
Right.
you want me to ask my AI if broken ribs are treatable?
Yeah.
By
Yeah,
AI.
I mean-
There's something I could have done. I could have probably gotten some drugs to help with the pain, but I don't like those anyway. So
it's a similar
wouldn't have
thing
taken
that
it.
happens with the broken toe. You can pretty much treat a lot of that
Well,
yourself.
that you could set if it's out of joint.
All right, fucking Rambo, you could set your own broken toe. I mean,
No,
come
you
on.
have
Who's fucking setting their own toe? Anyways,
the worst broken toe situation I had, which I've had several, was when I was
Jesus.
putting blinds up, wooden
paper
thick
tiger,
blinds,
paper aphid.
and my foot, I didn't have shoes on because usually I don't have shoes on because if my shoes are off, I don't have socks because I have the cotton phobia problem. But anyway, besides that, I was putting these blinds up and they were all pulled up tight because they were brand new. I had undone them yet. And I was putting them up in there and I lost my balance or something. Or maybe they just fell and my foot was on the ledge of the windowsill. and I don't know, what is that, 4 or 5 feet they fell, 20 pounds, like a one of those guillotine knives. It was on my toe.
Oh, really?
Just exploded it.
Oh man, smashed toe completely?
Exploded 2 toes.
Wow, damn.
Just
What'd you do for
exploded
that
them.
one?
Nothing. What the hell are you gonna do? Nothing. I took plenty of pictures and video of it.
Could you walk at all after?
Yeah, because you just put more weight on your heel. You know what I'm saying?
Cane or no cane or crutch?
Fuck no, I didn't have no cane.
Well, good news. The AI says that broken ribs are not really treatable.
Yeah, see?
Unless it's severe, such as multiple ribs are broken in several places. Or if it's punctured a lung. And
right.
Obvious stuff that
right
is a problem, like it's sticking out of your chest.
Hole in lung bad.
Yes.
Besides my compound fracture, and I've had many hospital experiences. Besides that, a bone actually sticking out of my arm, I was convincing myself and everybody around me that I did not need to go to the hospital. It's just like, I don't know. It's like when you're sleeping with your buddies and they're like, "Did you fall asleep?" No, I didn't fall. You didn't fall asleep. Like getting hurt. I know I need to go to the hospital, but I'm like, no, I don't. I'm not going to the hospital. I don't need to go to the hospital.
So you're right.
Hospital is someplace that they love you for a moment. They actually care, especially when they know you're going to pay.
I'll tell you, the ambulance thing is something I will always second guess ever since I've had to use them for a loved one once before. And when they come back at you and they start arguing about it, and they don't want to pay the insurance companies, and it's like a thing, then I start thinking, after you deal with something like that, yeah, well, maybe we can fucking get them there on our own, and then that means you're risking the person's life because you think you're going to get a bill for $3 or $4 grand.
Right. Right.
For what, a 10-mile ride? It's insane. But that's kind of how our healthcare is set up now. I don't know. It sucks. You don't want to think that. But I do now, after having dealt with it before. It sucks, once you have to fight for that sort of fucking coverage, you're thinking fuck it. No ambulance. Legs missing. We'll drive. We can get you there. You're fine. It's fucking scary, dude.
The helicopter ride has ruined a lot of people's lives financially.
Yeah, that could be $50,000 to $100,000.
Well, at least here, they want you to send it to your insurance company, but whatever the insurance company won't pay, you are not on the hook for the county services. Private ambulance, yeah, you're on the hook for.
Wow. Yeah, here I don't think they have any of that stuff. It's all either insurance or the person.
One thing that was different in Australia between New South Wales and Queensland is that in Queensland, the ambulance ride was free. And in New South Wales, even though the hospital was covered with, federal insurance, whatever, the ambulance ride was ridiculously expensive. So you'd see people up in Queensland that would call the ambulance for the dumbest shit, whatever, to take them to the hospital. And New South Wales, it'd be more like, how much do I want to go in debt? Can I drive myself?
Yeah, it's a fine line. I don't think it should be that way, but I think they should have coverage for severe injuries where, like a guy who's working and say his arm cut off by a fucking pipe or something.
Right.
Should not have to pay for the goddamn ambulance. And because he's losing blood profusely, he should not have to worry about that. But then, what do you have, some board to judge people if there's some idiot who drinks too much and calls an ambulance for, I don't know, dry mouth, then he should get charged.
Did someone bring me a water and pizza?
Right. Like, so how do you manage that?
There's another consideration here. The local hospital, it's like the Hotel California, so nobody wants to go there.
Yikes.
But the ambulance wants to take you to the closest hospital. So you gotta argue with them, and sometimes they will take you to Anne Arundel Medical Center, but most of the time they want to take you to the hospital that's close by, which is a shithole.
I would rather die.
You have
it might happen anyways.
Is this a social thing you're invested in, Last Dance? You have knowledge of this?
Well, I do have knowledge of it because my late wife got sick often, and she had many bad experiences with taking her to the local hospital.
Uh-huh.
She broke her leg, and they set it at like a 20 degrees off from straight.
Oh.
And they said, "Oh no, it's fine." And she finally, after she healed, she decided it wasn't fine, and she went to another specialist who said it looks fine. And then he X-rayed it, and he said, "Well, I got to say, it's about 20 degrees off." So,
did they have to re-break it?
Yes.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
They didn't. I mean, they surgically cut the bone.
Of course, but it's a tremendous.
Not like they went, now we'll fix it.
No,
but yes,
it's
it's terrible.
Put this wooden spoon in your mouth real quick while we.
Did you ever go to the Washington Adventist Hospital?
No.
Okay. They back in the day they were meant to have extremely high ratings, but I'm guessing
Yes,
they're the same
I
as
do
everyone.
remember that.
It's all the bureaucracy and stuff. I think they're pretty much the same as everything now.
hard to say.
I haven't had to deal with it very much. I'm very thankful that everything's owned by Hugh Chatham around here. Everything. It's like a monopoly. But I'm thankful that even though it's a monopoly, the hospital is still clean. And that's one of the things I'm really important. But the medical staff is, from my experience, not smart. Like my grandmother, last time we went there, they weighed her wrong. They were like 20 pounds off on the weight, which we're like, oh, what a big deal. But when you're administering drugs to an individual that's already small and you're 20 pounds off, you're fucking with their body.
Yeah, that could be 20% of her weight if she's not of a significant
exactly.
stature.
So yeah, that was a little scary. So I do not look forward to myself there.
You gonna be running anything?
Yeah, I'll be doing the shit I do. Yeah.
All right, everybody.
I hear what you're saying. Great talking to all you guys. And
Wonderful.
have a great week.
The guy who was underneath me, go find him. I hope to see you all there if something happens. If it doesn't, so be it.
All right. Thank you, Smoke Steve.
Thanks, Steve. See you guys.
See you guys.
See you guys. Good pub. Thanks.
Be well. I'm going to get rid of this guy. All right, everyone. I will say good night. But in closing, I will say one thing. I back the United States military and Marines who are being deployed right now. Semper Fi. I'm very proud of you. Take care of yourselves. Keep yourselves alive. I love you. God bless America. Good night.